Hello everyone! Welcome to the last stream of the qualifiers of APC2. Let's freaking go! Max, Disc, Sulfurend, Charm, Semi, Valier. Very happy to see you all here. Yeah, today's gonna be the last stream of the qualifiers, so we will officially know all the qualified players. We already knew 3 of them from last stream, from last weekend. There's 4 remaining to know, plus the 8th one is Starflash because he won APC 1. So yeah, let's get into that. Let me not forget to start recording. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash this time. I apologize deeply for the last stream. It was definitely by far my worst stream ever. So many technical problems, and the music was being chaotic, and then the screen capture, like what this program uses to capture the screen pretty much and show you the game, I don't know why it just kept freezing and you guys couldn't see what was going on. So yeah, hopefully, I really hope it doesn't happen again, because I was so incredibly frustrated last time. I like had to, I guess the stream I had to leave, and I went to a park with my dog and just like spent a couple hours there just to like kind of calm down, because it was so, I don't know, I just had such a bad experience, and you know, I don't want that to happen again, and I don't want that, you know, to you guys have a bad experience as well. Like the games weren't covered as well as I would have wanted, because there were so many times I had to like refresh and stuff. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't happen again. I wanted to show you guys. So our first set that we're gonna cover today is gonna be this one. So today we're gonna do Arya versus Sonja the Superior. So it looks like Arya chose Swiss banking, and she banned Lucifer and Trouble in Paradise. Okay. So went for the base light. I mean, Arya loves her Neo tanks, so we'll see. We see some. And I think this is probably the map. I mean, also Trouble in Paradise, but it's a bit different. And then game 2, Misery for Sonja Superior. He banned Catatonia and Razor's Edge. So the 2 pretty crazy ones, and they left Safecracker as the 3rd one. Okay. I don't know if chat is frozen or there really isn't anyone chatting, so let me know. So anyways, we can take a look at this. Is chat actually frozen? Are we live? Can someone confirm that we're live? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So let me pull up the first game. Please, music player, please work today. This is the only thing I ask, is for this to work. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Sir Lagalot. That's funny. Chris Miller, Vinicius Lorenzini. Let's go. Okay, cool. So let's pull up this game real quick. Oh, wait. My bad. Oh my god. What a noob. What a noob. Okay, now yes. And I wanted to show you guys. What's my thing? There you go. Yeah, because we're gonna do all the sets today, hopefully without any hiccups. Okay. So we have game 1 here. If the screen freezes, spam the chat, please, so I I am aware. I am made aware of it, and I can not be yapping for too long without you guys seeing what's going on. So yeah, game one of Arya Fireheart and Sonja Superior, aka Master of Math. This is on Arya's home map, the Swiss banking, the only real baseline map over here. Arya's gonna city skip over here to go and get this. Sonja, or Master of Math, or Mom, doesn't really do a lot of city skips. I've noticed he really doesn't. He goes for quicker income and then kind of slowly pushes out. Very different from a lot of other players. Arya, I mean, we can definitely expect some neo tank, perhaps medium tank, but it's actually going to open with a tank over here. So as a response to this first tank from Santiago Superior, they both went with, for Jess. So you have a Jess mirror. I don't think we've seen a lot of Jess mirror here. It's been a lot of Adder and Jess, which is pretty cool to see. So doesn't go for the com tower again, going for that income first. Arya, on the other hand, is going to go for the com tower first instead of that city. Perhaps thinking that due to the timing, perhaps this tank can be a bit of a pest interrupting here. Her first tank was made over here to respond to this. It looks like she also didn't make tank as early as she could because we have a bit of a BA tank order. And now she's gonna make another tank. So she's gonna swing this tank towards this side to defend from this tank over here. But it's not gonna get in time to defend from these guys. So if Sonja wants, he can stop this capture really. So I think this other tank should have been made on this base. I guess because you do 4-6, I guess 2, 4, 6. You'll still get poked, perhaps with this tank. Okay. We'll see. Reminder for those out there, this is live 5+2. I know there's a lot of people that love to do some backseating, you know, and they're like, oh, I would have done this much better. Why did they didn't do this or that? This is live. I know you can practice, you can get better with live, but it's not async. You don't have that much time to think the perfect plays. But this is really risky. So, I understand why Arya did this. So she went over here and interrupted the com tower. She wants to be on the winning com tower side, but exposing this tank, right? So this tank can get a first shot on the road, and then you have the forest to attack from, or the com tower, which would be the best one, but then you're not capping that com tower. You could also attack from the silo over here, but imagine it's just this, and then you have this tank respond, right? It can retaliate from the forest, and there's no tank chain too, so remember that. But Arya doesn't put this tank on the silo, which would pretty much I guess it could be the silo or the city. It doesn't really matter too much. Perhaps the silo would be better. The thing is now, because it's over here, not the silo, is that this tank can go and first strike from the forest. So she's forced to make yet another tank on this side to defend from that tank. So Sonja could go and first strike over here, and then first strike over here, and then there would only be one tank to retaliate from 2 tank attacks. So I don't think this is very good, but I think the idea behind this guy is so that it protects this. But this guy hasn't moved yet, so probably go back here and capture, or I don't know, maybe that, I guess. So now Sonja can still hit over here. Oof. Yeah, this tank, I don't know why I didn't go to the silo. Oof. I think Sonja can go for the double attack. Yeah, it's going to be very worth it. You get double hits there. Sure, you get retaliated here, and you probably... So Sonja's going to lose 1 tank. This tank is going to live, so you probably send this one back to heal. Oof. And the tank chain on the 1 bases continue. But Arya is going to have that com tower. He's going to keep capping here. We'll see if that com tower discrepancy is really going to make a difference here in these battles. Oh, these positionings here by Arya, like right there. Now this tank could go Maybe she's really expecting that Sonja's gonna keep sending these tanks over here, so not really feeling threatened over here with these infantry. Ooh, okay, okay, and a medium tank. Dang, okay. Look at that Jess firepower. So Sonja lost 2 tanks, and I guess Arya lost like half a tank? No, 1.5 tanks. Because this is 5 HP out of 2. So like a half tank advantage. And if Sonja Superior wants to keep fighting here, you're gonna be faced with a medium tank, which there isn't any immediate response to that. So we see the first chunky boy of the match, of the set, of the stream even. And it had to be from Arya Firehard, of course. Who else? We'll see if this comp tower will be kept in denial, but Sonja, yeah, is not gonna fight into this. So he's gonna be down that half tower, but he's gonna get this poke over here. Because of the medium tank builds, Arya doesn't have a tank over here, so she'll have a bit of a hard time answering this. So these little blobs are gonna have to pull back, I think. Yeah, just kind of fall back and be in protection of this turn's build. And she is going to, ooh, these are at 1. Dang, was that a roll? I have to see that, because remember, this is Jess we're talking about. Ooh, I guess it maybe not that much. It depended on the roll from the tank when it hit it, but leaves it at 1. So Sonja's gonna need yet 1 more turn and gets another interrupt there. Okay, so they're kind of equaling that damage, no? So Master of Math over here is like, okay, I'm not gonna keep tank brawling. I'm gonna shift over here and get the damage that I can. Arya's like, okay, I mean, I obviously can't go and chase that, so I'm gonna get the damage that I can over here. So the comp tower is stopped. Also stops this city. So Arya Fireheart is ahead 2k currently, because she stopped this capture, she stopped this, she stopped this temporarily, probably not long term, because you have the medium tank. Now this is good. Look at how many blobs there are over here. They all fell back under the protection of a tank. I think you can still get a poke over there and it's not gonna get blocked, so it should be worth it. But that is a lot of blobs. Blobby boys, they're bouncing up and down. But yeah, that city is going to go through for Sonja. It was kind of just delayed, getting a bit of damage there as well. Wow, and an Artie. We haven't seen Arties being made. And Arya also made an Artie. Wow, okay. I think it was because of a funds thing, right? Let me go back. Yeah. So she made Copter and then an Artie over here. Okay, very interesting. We haven't seen Artie before. And then we have another Artie here from Sonja Superior. At least not this early, right? So I'm gonna start capping these guys because this guy is at 1 HP. What can I do? And okay, just falling back. Probably make a tank over here. Oh, just an infantry. Okay, so saving up some funds. 6k with 16. She's gonna have 22, so she can make a medium tank and an infantry. Perhaps joining these tanks, she could get enough to do a Neo tank and an infantry. But it looks like the fight might revolve around here in the middle. The damage that was done on these sides is gonna slow down. This guy's just like running. He's running for the hills. He's gonna, I don't know, go and sit over here or something. He's like, help, guys, I'm back here. When I got a Copter and an Artie. It's very interesting to see how the stronger side gets pinned in sometimes by the 1 base until it eventually starts pumping out Copter and just more unit count that it can push back this 1 base. Because it's just because the 1 base gets here in 1 turn, right? So it has that flexibility of going to anywhere pretty much. But this base, it takes a little bit longer. It takes 2 turns to get there. So you need a little bit longer planning. Oh, there you go. We get the tank joining. So I think she's going to make a Neo tank. Of course she is. Of course. It wouldn't be Arya if she didn't make a Neo tank. So we got 2 chunkies. We got an Artie over here. So really setting up over here in the middle and just sitting back. Maybe, I was thinking maybe a mech, but I guess Sonja will... Look how many blobs there are. What is it? 10. There's 10 blobs. Okay, so he's gonna keep fighting those off. These cities are under threat now, but at the same time she's flipping these, so they might just kind of handshake, flip these properties. And overall, you also have this com tower threat, which is at 9, so it's gonna take 2 more turns. This could be a problem if Sanjo Superior gets this, and Arya can't get this, which I don't think. Yeah, no way. She has these 2 injured infantry. That's it. All the infantry are over here. There's definitely a big imbalance in that infantry distribution for Arya. I don't think she's made a single vehicle on this base, right? Except for that copter. Every other vehicle has been made over here, which explains the lack of infantry and the lack of vehicles over here. So there go the 2 captures. So temporarily she's gonna be ahead 2k, and she is going to set up over here to try to stop this. We have a few more infantry coming. We have another arty here from Sanjo Superior. But this Neo Tank and Medium Tank combo is going to be very strong. Sanjo Superior also saved up a lot of funds. He made arty and infantry. So now he has 30k. Will we see the chunkus? We have the Medium Tank, right? That's the first level of chunkiness. We have the Neo Tank, which is the second level of chunkiness. And what is... Ooh, wow, he actually backs off from the comm tower cap. Okay. Okay, and get some damage here. But then we have... Oh, okay. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen the third and uppermost level of chunkiness. Not yet. I thought we might, but no. Neo Tank and infantry, and he's going to save up some. 7k, he's going to have like 24, so he could make another Neo Tank next turn. I think it makes sense because he needs... You have Neo Tank, Medium Tank, and another Medium Tank over here. So he desperately needs an answer to that. He only has 1 Medium Tank and an arty. He can't go aggressive against this. He has to be very defensive, and even then, like Arya can position very aggressively. She can like get a first strike, wait for the arty to shoot, and then hit back. You know, break through with a Neo Tank, get a tank to hit the arty, and the whole comp from Sanjo Superior is dealt with. So he definitely needs that Neo Tank. The Mega Tank would be too slow, but I don't know. Maybe it could have been a good idea. Like, it's slow, but over here it's really fast. It's 1 turn, and then you shut down everything over here. And all this movement from Arya is going to mean that she is finally going to join all this vehicle amassment with her blob amassment. We have another Medium Tank. This map just brings so many tech ups. I think the reason is obviously because there's a lot of income, but also just the really fast reinforcement, right? So it justifies that Medium Tank build, because yes, it's slow, but if you get it, boom, in 1 turn into action, it's worth it. And then we have another, yeah, we got the Neo Tank chain over here from Sonja. Everything is piling up over here. I don't think it's like a base pressure. I know people would be hyped about that, but it's more about this. It's more about getting this flip. He does have the income advantage though, and that is, how does he have more income? 1 2 1 2. Oh, Arya hasn't capped this. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess the lack of infantry over here, and then getting pinned down over here. So she's gonna have to send this guy over there. The 1 HP spy black hole guy has finally been dealt with. It forced the full HP guy over there, and now we finally have the blob army united. We got the infantry and all the vehicles. Sanjo Superior finally gets the comm tower. He's going to be looking to go for this city. With the arty setup, he could also try to go for this. So Arya has to respect this for sure. Will we see a copter maybe? Oh, we have a copter over here. But this pressure could be pretty important in the next coming turns. Arty and infantry and the airport being all the way over here, that's going to mean that Arya has to make up. Like, she'll have to make a medium tank here. Like, tank is not going to cut it. She just has a few infantry. Probably like swing this copter over. I'll have to see what she does. Oh, we have another medium tank here. Wow, it is the chunk battle over here. 4 medium tanks and a neo tank for Arya, 2 medium tanks and 2 neo tanks for Sanja. So 5 and 4 each, and an RD each as well. Dang. And it looks like Arya's going in. Okay, gets the kill. Wow, that's pretty impressive. And she uses the power. Is it to break through here the tank and then attack the RD? It looks like it. Oh, the neo tank attacks the medium tank. Wow, and KOs that medium tank. Okay. And it's going to support that neo tank with his RD. You do have this city though to attack from by Master of Math here. And he does have the super as well. So that RD is dealt with as well. Ooh, big moment here, guys. And we're going to get the interrupt over there as well. Doesn't get the roll. And here comes the super. Here comes the Jess super. This... Oof. You have 3 tech ups and there's 5. Let's see what Sanja can do here. Gonna injure the new tank a little bit. Stop that capture. Get a nice hit there from the city. No response to that. New tank from the city. Wow. Okay. Breakthrough, and he's gonna take out the RD. Bye bye. And that is gonna be it. Puts the anti there in the city, which makes sense. But you have these two standing on very good terrain. So I don't think you can deal with those. You can definitely deal with this Neo tank, but you can only hit from, well, maybe these 2 tiles. I still think Arya can keep fighting over here. But you cannot hit this guy. That is going to be one nasty fight. Like, imagine you hit this guy from even from the forest without a power. That's going to be a 7-3. That is just disaster times. So, over here, infantry being dealt with, and again, that accumulation of infantry is going to be a problem. Also, this RD, it could go somewhere even more valuable than any of these cities or the base. So, gotta be careful about that. As we see now, a tank from Arya trying to threaten that RD. So, let's see. Ooh. Okay, I was thinking maybe copter, but I think she wants to use the copter to hit this other copter, because that'll be the only response she has. But she can make more copters too. Okay, takes that out. Keeps capping over here. There's no infantry that can reach here. So let's see. Okay, gonna hit that guy. That's gonna hurt. 5-5. Okay, and gonna finish it off there. Bonk. I'm gonna cap over there. Okay, and kind of blocks this Neo tank in. So this guy can shoot at this medium tank pretty much. You'd have to take out this infantry. I think you can. This medium tank should take this off. Take this out. So I think this is gonna hurt. Sanjay can get some good hits here. Oof. Oh. Oh. Okay. And hits the other medium tank. Oh, and hits the anti from the copter from that side. Okay. And makes another anti because there's another copter and this anti will die. Makes a lot of sense. Slowly moving forward here, going for this cap, going for this one, doing the double layer infantry here so that there's no way to break through. And with all that destruction, Arya is very close to that super, but she only has 1 healthy medium tank left, and you still have 3 from Arya, from Sanja. Capture goes through. So she's a little bit ahead, but it's looking way better for Sanja Superior. You got this right here, which is very, very threatening. She has to keep pumping out tanks here to eventually threaten like a breakthrough and hitting the RD. Even then, like Sanja's gonna start sending tanks of his own, and this pressure is gonna be very real. And it doesn't look like Arya's getting the better end of the stick over here. So, oof, it's not looking very good for Arya, I gotta say. Here comes the overdrive. She's gonna break through and get a hit on that medium tank. Probably takes it out. Oh, okay, now she does. Ooh. Wow, okay. So that's gonna be 1 dead tank. Sacrificing a tank to stop a capture there. Okay, decisions. And uses these injured tanks to block in the space, which we've definitely seen before. And this guy's at 7. Maybe the unit count here, that 25 to 16 unit count, can carry Arya in this battle. There's really only one answer to two. You have one medium tank against a new tank and a medium tank. So if Arya, I mean, if Sanjo Superior can break through here, it does have the super on, so maybe it's not worth it to attack. And he's not going to. He's gonna just break free the anti-air. Gonna get the damage over here. Keep blocking with all this unit gun he has, and the city's gonna go through. So a little bit more ahead now for Arya, temporarily, if you like. And you have the super from Sanjo Superior coming in as well. Hey, Brazilian guy, nice to see you. This pressure is real. Okay, sacrifice is there. Gonna go for the kill. Doesn't get the kill, trying to block. This looks like very desperate measures here. Perhaps there was a roll there to take it out, but even then she didn't have units to block off the Neo tank on the 2 tiles. So now Master of Math is going to be able to... Oh, I was thinking take out the medium tank, but he probably will that way. Bonk. So yeah, I guess the only thing left now is this 6 HP Neo tank, but there's no tank left to deal with the anti-air, so these copters can't really freely attack. And you have this pressure over here. We keep seeing more tanks from both sides. So this is going to be the next big thing that's going to be happening right now. Just copter tank chaining. These copters from Arya, spamming them to have more unit counts over here as a sort of way to deal with the tech ups. But now she doesn't have an answer to the anti-air. So Sanjo can just make another anti-air here and just shrug off the copters. You got this infantry coming in. Perhaps she's going to try to go for a quick HQ race. You know, one copter I think should take out that black boat, right? Yeah, guaranteed kill there. So just one copter and one infantry could seal the game here for Arya if she thinks that this is doom. Like this is knocking on that HQ's door. She's gonna make a medium tank desperate attempt to salvage this position. If anything, you know, at least Sanjo's Superior is gonna get a lot of property. He's gonna get this, most likely this as well. If Arya turtles up too much, he can get this as well. So tricky times. You can't really say the same thing over here on this side for Arya. Like she's not getting any of these captures. Again, no tanks to counter these anti-airs. And she can block all she wants, but she's gonna start losing all those units. And this is pretty significant. Sanjo making just one anti-air. Gonna save up some funds. Maybe make a bomber. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Here come the copters, like rescue mission to salvage this side over here, and he uses the power. I think she's gonna try to break through here, take out this infantry, and hit the arty. Okay, hits the arty, bonk, and brings the medium tank. So that allows the medium tank to breathe. Well, the arty there is gonna be a good situation for the medium tank. Unfortunately, it's on a bridge, has 0 defense, and there's 2 copters. Oh, this one doesn't reach. Okay. So I think this is actually pretty good. So perhaps a bit of an oversight there by Sanjo, but he does have the super. So I think these tanks, you have 3 tanks. You could probably shred 3 tanks from Arya and perhaps block off the medium tank. You can get 1 shot with a copter. We'll see what Sanjo does. Let's see those creative tactics right here. Okay, takes that out. Tank. Okay, so copters are used to clear off the tanks. And just sort of block off over here. And makes a Neo tank. No bomber? Dang. Sad times. This is stop. That is stopped. Again, no caps here for Arya. Now she made a tank, so... yeah, but kind of too late, but definitely forced. And Sanjo also has his own infantry, right? So now these guys are going to be looking to flip this eventually. So she needs to start answering to this eventually. Because if she loses control of this area, she's going to lose too many properties. Man, what a game. Jess Copters, 7-4. Medium tank gets a low value hit there. Breakthrough. And a Neo tank build. Sending everything towards the left. This is like I mean, this is the decide. Like the battle over here, it was about who can control the game, but this is who can, well, not win the game, but if Sanjo wins this area, he wins. So Arya needs to win this battle to stay in the game, right? It is way more important than a fight in this area. This is literally on that HQ. So we're gonna start to see all these units start to shift towards the left. For Sonja, he's gonna want to focus everything over here where he can do the most damage. Has to be careful with this Neo tank as well, so he kind of, you know, was a little bit further away. 2, 4, 6, 7. So perhaps with the fear of a turbocharge there hitting this guy. But you're gonna have 2 Neo tanks, a couple copters. Unfortunate that the already got shot there because that was really strong. Now Arya is being able to clear everything. Again, the medium tank is free to do whatever it wants. There's one copter. Ooh, actually, that Neo tank can reach from the silo. Ooh, oversight there by Arya. Take out a tank to then lose a Neo tank and no response. 2, 4, 6. I mean, you can reach from the city, but you know Sonja's gonna block that. So I think this is gonna be a big problem. That Neo tank. Oh! Wow. He does not go for the shot there. Wow, that is perplexing. And makes a mech. What is this? There's a plague? What's going on? Wow. Okay. So respecting all these threats by Arya. So she accomplished what she needed to accomplish, right? Hold off the siege on the HQ. It looked pretty sacrificial at times, but it did the job. So she's still in the game, and we have a pretty even game on our hands. I think this is a wild game. My God. We have this cap on the middle as well for Sundra Superior, and this one, which seems like they're gonna be unstoppable. So he's gonna be ahead 2 properties, which is 4K income. Something that in the long run is going to be incredibly impactful. And wow, Arya makes a rocket. What? A rocket? Why is there a rocket? I'm trying to figure out why the rockets. Like, is it to lock down this city? Because you're not gonna lock down the comp tower. Maybe from this road, but it's gonna take 3 turns, maybe with a power 2 turns. Why the rocket? I have no idea, guys. I have no idea. I mean, that comp tower is gonna go down, so Sanjo Superior is gonna be not only 2 cities ahead, but he's gonna be a comp tower ahead as well. So he's gonna have 4K more income, double tower. Why not the rocket? What? Move to 1 tile. 1 tile. What are we doing? This guy, in the meantime, is just capping again. We have the second black hole spy, and we have a bomber now by Arya on this side. What is this game? This has to be the wildest game on this map that we've seen so far. So many anti-airs, which makes a lot of sense. We got in the bomber, you need 2 anti-airs pretty much to be safe from a bomber. And I'm going to take out that mech. The guy that wasn't doing anything, poor guy, got shot at by a medium tank. She's gonna start to cap these. I'm gonna try to block. Spy is getting dealt with, but yeah, blocking everything. Rockets moves an additional tile. Okay. Gotta be careful with that bomber placement. You don't want to super there from Jess to take out that bomber by surprise. But okay, sacrificing a medium tank to take out the mech. And now Sanja's gonna shift everything towards the middle, trying to join the troops again. Perhaps we're going for a round 2 attempt at going for that HQ. Perhaps a base kill. Gonna take out that medium tank. Okay, takes that infantry. He's gonna, ooh, nice block there, Arya. Now this medium tank, these 2 medium tanks are blocked off. They can't do anything. So these guys can probably get taken out. you do have that super ready, and she goes and sacrifices a tank to injure this guy, which was in range of the city. She doesn't want to be perhaps shooting with a rocket or sending an infantry over here, so would just rather sacrifice a tank momentarily. You have this threat as well, but you have a few infantry in range and a copter and another bomber. Okay, man, this game is wild. And here comes the super. Ooh, that rocket in range of these tanks. I mean, that rocket movement is pretty bad. And yeah, there you go. Bonk. That rocket didn't get a single shot and it is gone. And wow, he actually finds the way to break through there. Doesn't get a breakthrough over here, but he's gonna just shoot at the copter, I guess. I guess that works. And he's just gonna destroy all these infantry. Yeah, this city did go through for area, which is nice, but it will probably go through back to area soon. And that was a devastating turn. Timer wise, they're doing pretty good. Like, it's not that they're super low on timer, so they're actually playing very efficiently. It's just perhaps kind of hard to position units properly, and that rocket dying with no value is pretty bad. We got the double bomber medium tank army over here trying to pose a threat. The bomber is essentially pointing at that base, but there's so many anti-airs here for Sonja Superior. And we have the power here. Okay, can't do too much. This Neo tank, it is left hanging there. It is going to be a very dead Neo tank, so it's looking very strong for Sonja here. Perhaps that whole putting the army over here to block and guarantee the capture and everything for Arya is not paying off as much as she would need it to be. Gonna get a bonk over there. Bye-bye Neo tank. Bye-bye anti-air. Everything shifts over here. There's 4 freaking anti-airs. Gets the breaks and hits this medium tank, so these anti-airs are a bit more chillaxed. So now these bombers can't really do too much, you know. You don't want to be sending bombers to take out anti-airs really when there's other anti-airs to respond. And it's looking very downhill here for Arya. Half the army size, lower in unit count, I think for the first time in the game. The bombers are gonna go down, the copter goes down. Here comes the power as well. Gonna break through there and take out that bomber, and yeah. Wow. GG. What a game, man. That was intense. That was wild, man. Let me look at the stats. Well, whenever it finishes getting the info. But damn, man, what a match. And then actually, wow, I forgot totally about the day limit. We were at day 29, so perhaps all those sacks from Arya were more for the day limit at day 30, but even then it wasn't enough because Sandra, he had the 2 comm towers too, right? And he got all those flips before, so she needed way more than that. Dang, it was desperate times there for Arya to try to get to day limit. That was it. That was the reasoning behind all these seemingly bad turns. Wow, very, very confident turns there by Sonja. That was a really great match. Man, it was fighting literally all over the place. It was shifting around. That was wild. Okay, looks like we're not gonna get the... Oh yeah, because we have the Uziums here. Yep, I forgot. So if there's the new armies, any of the 4 armies, then we don't get the stats. Brutal game, man. That was wild. I don't really have much to say. What could have gone differently? Oof. I don't really know. I can't help think of that turn where Arya in the beginning put the tank over here instead of the silo, allowing Sonja to go for the double tank hit there. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It still looked like she was slightly ahead from that. From the just having the extra comm tower, being able to deal with the tank with the injured tanks and making a medium tank, and then they went their separate ways to do damage, and then there was just all over the place. Dang, that was a wild match. Let's look at the second second game. The next game of the set. Oof, how's the audio, by the way? How's the mic? How's the music? If something's too loud, let me know. But we can get into the next match. All right, we have game 2 here of Arya and Sandra Superior. It's on the map Misery. This one was picked by Sandra Superior. We have a Sammy mirror. They both picked the same colors. Awesome. Love that continuity in colors. What do you guys think? Do you think this map is like instant Sammy pick? I know there's been a lot of Sammy picks here. But it's a pretty wild map. So, something to take a look at. Sandra Superior always capping the quickest income. Remember, these are the things to remember for later, guys. For whoever makes it to the main event. Alright? We already know Arya is going to base skip for a Neo tank or something. Although she hasn't done that too much. But every now and then she might, slip it in there. But Sandra Superior really always finishes all the quicker caps. Well, he did skip over here. That is the only thing. Like, maybe if there's something very particular that needs to be done, he will do it. But yeah, you can tell, like, he's going for those quicker income and then moving towards the middle. While on the other hand, Arya did not. She didn't go for this. She went forward, so she's going to get this city quicker. With all these mountains, you think Sammy is the pick? I heard someone say last time, who was it? That Lash could be a pick. Hey, Loki Lalisan says, I never knew you can play Advance Wars online. This is amazing. Welcome. Welcome to the amazing world of Advance Wars competitive scene. Yes. I don't know if you know, but this is a live tournament. So these players play these games. This is the qualifiers. They're trying to qualify into the main event. This is live, so they have 5 minutes plus 2 minutes every turn. These are all very high competitive matches and very high competitive players. It is wild games. Sancho Superior here is gonna stop the cap over here and hit over here, but it's not gonna stop the capture, so he has to send another one to stop that. I'm surprised that you just now hear about the site. Is this the first video or stream that you ever see of Advance Wars by web, perhaps? Because if that's the case, props to YouTube algorithm. Let's go. This is the first. Wow. Okay, that is wild. Yeah. So this is the qualifiers to a tournament where in the main event, the 8 players will be given secret identities. They will be given new identities, so no one will know who is who. So even though usually, when you know your opponent, it's like, oh, this guy's going to beat me, or I know how he plays, I'm going to counter him this way or the other. But this way they don't. They don't know their identities. So they don't know who they're playing against. And we don't know either, so we can all have fun trying to guess who is who by their play styles. That's going to be happening in November. You've been looking up Hex and Counter War games recently. What's Hex? Hexagon? I'm assuming like different turn-based strategy games. But anyways, let me get back into the game. It looks like the capture, of course it was stopped. We're having a lot of mechs moving towards the middle. We got the arty set up over here, which is going to activate the base trade scenario. I don't have my AC control right here. I'm going to have to look for it later. I know you guys love the AC. Gonna get the hit there, but again, this is Sammy, doesn't stop it. And no follow-up infantry from Sandra Superior to really threaten the cap next turn. And Arya's gonna bring this other infantry over here, so if Sandra decides to hit, then she can just take it out. Got a copter over here, which is also very useful to go for the base attack. So many mechs, and they're kind of hugging each other. Look at this. Look at the 4 mechs. This tank cannot shoot at any mech or infantry without getting bazookaed by a mech. And we have another mech! Because, I mean, of course, because we have the arty, right? So you have to make a mech here, or else this arty is going to sit over here and lock down that base. Income-wise, I think it's a little bit better for Sandra Superior. There's this city that Arya hasn't capped, Sandra has. They both captured this toxic city. So there's not gonna be any drama about this city. Gonna hit one of the mechs, another mech, brings the arty. Okay, this one is nice. So it's out of range, but still getting a shot with this guy onto the arty is gonna be a lot of value. It probably deals like 4 damage. And a 6 HP or 7 HP arty is not that big of a threat. Remember, there's no comm tower here either. So the lesser damage it does, the more comfortable you can make a medium tank or whatever you need. So she's gonna break through there and get a hit. Yeah, leaves it at 6. Even the tank is gonna get shot at. Dang, Sanjay Superior really committing those vehicles here in the middle to try to win that battle in the middle, because you have these 3 cities, right? I guess it's 6, but 3 pairs. So he's trying to win the battle so he can then threaten the flip. But Arya's like, no. I am not gonna invest anything over here and barely anything over here. I'm just gonna send everything from this base and this base over here in the middle. I'm gonna secure these cities and potentially steal your side. We got an anti-air build over here to answer the copter, which will be coming in close real quick. And since there's no arty, then it's gonna be pretty comfortable. And you got these 2 mechs also pretty comfortable. This guy's in a city as well. Like, I mean, I guess he can shoot at this and shoot it again, but you can't shoot at this guy. So I think the arty is gonna get taken out regardless if it sits there. Okay, yeah, that is gonna be a dead arty for sure, and it's gonna be worth it to send that mech. But at the same time, Arya has been losing what, 3 mechs? She had 4, I guess 5 with this one. So she did lose 3 mechs, but Sonja lost a tank, and he's gonna lose an arty. So I think that's more value than that Sanjay Superior is losing than what Arya has been losing. Infantry wise though, it's looking a bit better though. You have a good number of infantry here from Sanjay Superior. Gonna plop an infantry over here, gonna make an anti, trying to be safe so this copter and tank combo don't take out the base. Down goes that arty, okay. And gonna get this flip over here. So soon, Arya's gonna be ahead a little bit in income. They're pretty even, so not that it matters too much. Copter just gonna move in there towards the middle. Beautiful threat, like it threatens everything. Like this middle area for the copters is crazy. You can poke at mechs that overextend too much outside of, well, you can even shoot it from here, right? Because then the anti cannot respond to it. Copter, mech, infantry. Now we're getting into those 20k income. Oh no, she made double copter. Never mind, she made double copter. Ooh, can you take out that mech? Oh, I think. Ooh, wow, that is gonna be a base cap right there. That copter doesn't reach, but it is going to block. But these 2 infantry are gonna get in and take out that mech. Wow, and it blocks. These guys are blocking the anti from interrupting the base cap. No, wow, Arya, what happened? Wow, really great find there by Sanjay Superior. The breakthrough and the blocking. There is, after taking out this guy, there's gonna be no way to stop this capture. That base is lost with the double tank. Dang, the mech to defend, the mech build just wasn't it. Had to make something else. Had to make a tank or higher just to withstand. Honestly, an anti-air would have been a good idea because there's 2 copters and obviously more coming. Dang, I mean, I understand the mech build because you had this tank coming in, you have the arty that was built, but it wasn't just, it wasn't there in time yet for the lock. So a little bit of a greedy play by Arya to get a mech to then have another one, or make a mech to then make an answer on the next turn. But I think this is GG. This is it. There's no way that Arya can equalize this. There's no way to stop this. There's no way to equalize by taking out this base. So Master of Math is going to have 4 bases against 2, and I think we're going to have a very short game on our hands, guys. I think this might be it. It looks like Arya Fireheart might be looking to do like a Hail Mary HQ Victory March attempt with a fighter to block or take out a copter if it sits on the HQ, because that is going to be the only chance that she has to not only win this game but also remain in the tournament. Remember, this is a best of 3, so, and because Sanjay Superior already won the first game, if he wins the second game, then Arya is out and Sanjay Superior is in the main event. He knows, he brings the 2 copters, obviously he gets the base, but he's gonna make his own fighter to answer to whatever shenanigans Arya Fireheart might want to do. And honestly, even plop it on the HQ, just throw it on there and it will hold. You will have a fighter fight for sure, but then you can take out that fighter that attacks your fighter on the HQ with an anti-air and you're good. Arya's gonna need 2 fighters. Let's see if she's going for a victory march, but she's not gonna reach. 1, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, she's not gonna get the victory march. I think this might be just the GG turn. I think it is victory march unless she takes out this base. Wow. Wow, that is truly something. And there goes the second fighter. Having this base puts so much pressure on that HQ now. I still think that Sanjay can stick out the copter. Oh man, I mean, you can sit on the base with a copter, but you do have the fighters. So, wow, did Arya actually bring this back? That is insane. Oh, that's nice. Okay, attacks from the base now. So now Arya cannot build. Plop some infantry there just in case. Wow, okay, so the game is not over, guys. Man, this set has to be one of the craziest we've seen in the whole qualifiers. That is insane. Man, wild stuff. Doesn't attack the fighter, brings the 2, just takes out one of the copters, and she is pointing at that HQ. Sanjay Superior makes another fighter, in part also to block off the airport cap. But yeah, because if not, like, double tap this fighter, he needs another one. That's just crazy. Just fighters and anti probably. These infantry are going to be the last infantry he's going to have in this area, because these are going to take so long. He's actually going to attack there, and he's going to leave that base to be used. Ooh, okay. Wait. Does Arya just... I mean, this is all happening over here. It's not very important, because this is probably going to get flipped and everything, but you also have the HQ threat, so this is going to be a true HQ race. Bringing this anti also to lock down the airport, just so that Arya doesn't make a copter and puts it on the HQ, or a fighter. Fighter would be too much of an investment because she needs it over here. She needs to get this, or she's just going to lose and going to be out of the turn. But yeah, she can start the capture with a 9 HP. And if she takes out both copters, or blocks, okay, she's going to go for the block. Because you do have these 2 infantry that could reach as well. This copter can't wrap around. These infantry don't reach. You would need a victory march to climb onto the mountain and attack here. But if you take out the fighter, I mean, you can take either of the fighters and then get 1 hit. Oh wait, no, you have 2 fighters. Uh-oh. Okay, I think this is GG. I'm pretty sure that anti-air and this guy takes out this fighter, and this fighter takes this guy, and then you have 2 tiles to attack with copter and infantry. So it is gonna be GG. Copter, infantry, bye-bye, HQ cap. Maybe victory march? Is there even enough value on the map to get a victory march? Perhaps the fighter sacrifice? The Neo tank really can't do much. Maybe this would have been nice if it was an anti, so she can get a hit on the fire and get more charge there. That is the only thing that could make Arya win this game. And let's see, no, just an infantry shot there, a fighter shot there gives her a lot of charge, but I think that's gonna be it. That is all the charge she's gonna get. She makes the resign missile, and Sanjo Superior is gonna take the game and he's gonna make it into the main event. Wow. 2-0 Sanjo Superior. Congrats. I'm just gonna skip through because this is it. Very well played by Arya Fireheart. Amazing games. More missile. GG's. Perhaps waiting for a misplay by Sancha and getting the victory march there to the HQ. But that is just not gonna happen. All of this is gonna get taken out. Dang, what a set, guys. What a show. This was a lot of fun. If only the Neo was a pipe runner. Hey. Actually, not a bad idea. Yeah, that could have helped take out stuff. And this is just going to be operation cleanup. And that is going to be it. Dang. Wow. Congrats to Sanjo Superior for making it into the main event. He was not an APC1. He was here. He signed up. He played. He went through 3 rounds of qualifiers. And he is now in the main event. He is the 4th confirmed player from the qualifiers. This was an amazing set. Congrats for the 2-0. I think he's been 2-0ing his way. Let's see. Yeah, he hasn't lost a single game in the qualifiers, guys. That is pretty wild. So congrats to him for making it to the main event. Props to Arya for giving us an amazing show. That was really cool. So we can move on to the next set now. Dang. Yeah, Mom is playing really, really good. Very precise. I think the only moment where he slipped up was in the last match, where he allowed that RE to get shot at. But yeah, it's gonna be this main event, guys. It's gonna be very intense. Players are gonna be very well trained, so gotta be careful. Okay, what is our next set? So this is gonna be our next set. So next set is Talos and Suomi. Talos has been playing beastly, guys. He's been insane. And Suomi, the new name showing up, having some crazy games as well. So this set is going to be a lot of fun. We have Lucifer for Talos. Not surprised. What did I say? The more classical players are going to be picking the more classical maps. That is where they're going to shine the most. And also it's a very good arty map, and Talos loves his arties. He banned Swiss Banking and he banned Razor's Edge. Okay. Suomi going for Trouble in Paradise. That's going to be a lot of fun. Love this map. We've been getting some banger games there. And then banned Misery and Safecracker. So Catatonia would be a possible game 3. Dang. Okay. So let me pull up the first game. Hey, Mind Commander. Are you finished? I didn't know that. Okay, cool. But yeah, I think Suomi means Finland or Finnish. I'm not. I think someone said it was like the Finnish, like the Finnish language. There's an Age of Empires team that's called Suomi as well, and they're all from Finland. That's why I know. Anyways, we got our first game over here. Talos and Suomi. Talos has been playing like a beast. We'll see. We'll see how these matches go. But this guy is so precise, man. It is hard to find any errors in what he's doing. Like, tactically, none. Maybe more strategically, right? Like, the other one can outplay him in strategy. But precision tactics, he is really insane. And Talos is going for Sammy with the Purple Lightning, the French army, the French player with the French army. We got the Eiffel Tower there. And then we have Suomi over here with the Dinos, one of the new armies with Olaf. So interesting matchup. We've been seeing a lot of different matchups here, like Sammy Max, Sammy Olaf, and some Sammy mirrors, but not that often. I think we've seen more non-mirrors than mirrors. So pretty interesting. And Suomi not opting for that day 3 recon last turn, which we've seen a lot of players do. That might be a problem, because I think you want to put the pressure onto Sammy. But then again, for player 2, it's not that good, as we've seen before. I think it still puts some pressure on these caps over here, because this guy is going to want to go over here. And then the tank is not going to be in time. But yeah, there we go. First vehicle is going to be made by Talos, by the Sammy player. And it's going to be a tank on the 1 base side, on the weak side. And Suomi is going to make a tank on his 2 base side, obviously. Okay. This cap is going to obviously go through. This cap is one of the best Sammy caps in the map and in, I know, most maps out there. The fact that it's so limited, right? It's against the edge of the map, so there's one less tile to attack from. This tile is inaccessible by vehicles, so you kind of have to move with infantry, so it's a bit harder to afford 2 units to attack it. So that's the only way to stop a Sammy cap. And we're going to have a big stare off over here, right? This guy's going to want to go for this or this, but you have this guy being able to stop it. This guy is going to want to go for that. So Suomi is going to go for the safe cap. He is not going to play super aggressive like we've seen. Ooh, who was it? Do you remember? Who was playing so aggressive with Olaf against a Sammy? I can't remember. Man, there's been so many players. Does Talos have any outs? He doesn't even play Live League. How is he so good at live? He does not have outs. At least not that I know of. He probably has like for training, but not any known out there. He doesn't play Global League. He just plays tournaments a lot. And in live, he's just good because I don't know. I think he also tries to simplify it. You're obviously not gonna be so efficient as you would on a sync, so you have to do some compromises. But the fact that he's been doing it for so long, I think he can just see certain attacks just much quicker, right? Or just from beforehand. That's kind of what you want to do. You set them up like a turn or 2 before. So he's definitely going to interrupt this. Now we have an already here from Suomi. All the vehicles are being made on this right side. We do have a mech though from Talos over here. It's going to march along the mountains. Well, goes for the hit here, Suomi, with a comm tower. Again, that's not going to stop the capture. But because there's no infantry, if this mech was an infantry, then maybe this wouldn't be that good. But this might work out. Like, he might take out the infantry and then has to back off. And he'll be up an infantry. That's probably it. And he's going to take that out. We're at very low income levels. Here comes the mech. So this infantry can now shoot from this side. But it probably doesn't take it out, right? 7 and 6 drops it down to 2 maybe. Take out that infantry. This RD is going to help out in getting this city. But not yet. He's going to need one more turn to position. He can have this guy. He can have these guys as well. RDs here are pretty good. So, does someone remember that game where there was this Olaf that was doing the double cap here and then stopped both caps to stop this one Sammy cap? Man, I can't remember who it was. But yeah, it was like a starving an economically starving Olaf against also like a low-income Sammy, but when it's very low income, it's just gonna favor Sammy. When you have a majority of infantry, the higher the income, the better it's gonna be for Olaf, pretty much. Artie's getting set up over here, and infantry as well. Not really covering over here the capture. So we'll see if Talos decides to attack. Makes a copter, anti-response. We have a second Artie too. And Suomi did go in and take out this infantry on the city. So perhaps slowly trying to take out those infantry. This battle wasn't won, so he wasn't able to take out the infantry. Did force some repairs, but not that impactful. And this threat is going to slowly pile up. This wave, the avalanche, the infantry avalanche is going to soon arrive. And with the support of some RD, we will see what disasters this can cause. Suomi's going to get that city. He is actually behind. No, they're equal. But 1, 2. Okay, because Talos has this pair. So Suomi to be even after this, he has to either flip this or get this property right here. Now we get the copter. Good counter to the RD, but I'm feeling that the copter is going to swing around over here. And the pressure is going to start to build up. No attacks. We're getting into a bit of an accumulation of army, right? Positional moments. Talos is going to start capping the city. Copter's a nice blocker. And slowly moving in. This already can position over here to rain down on the city. Make sure that Suomi can't step on it. And then Talos can start capping. He can have the mech protect from a tank attack. He is going to need an anti to defend from a copter interrupt. So that's what he's going to make. And another RD. I have 3 RDs for Talos. 2 RDs here for Suomi. Infantry getting taken out. And the city is not going to be interrupted. So Talos, Suomi did get this, but Talos is going to be getting this. So now they're going to be again at even. I think though that Suomi shouldn't be that sad about that though, right? Equal income, everything capped. It's not that bad for Olaf. This is Sammy we're talking about. Sammy, because it's still kind of lower income and 3 bases, she can still do pretty good. But as much as they can stall and accumulate army, or perhaps like slowly brawl, just brawl a little bit, boom, 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 just trade, build up charge, Winter Fury. That is going to be the ideal Olaf play. It is very simple. It is just maximize charge, use that snow. Sammy is going to be way more positional. If they're going to stall, Sammy is going to want to positionally advance slowly, going to try to get this flip, perhaps like threaten, like, get the middle control, shift towards HQ and threaten a victory march cap. It is way more elaborate, the Sammy gameplay. Okay, so Talos gets the city, but now Suomi's going to try to take it. Putting all his stuff across the mountain range over here, because there's no tanks here from Talos, as he makes his 4th RD, has more RDs than he has tanks. He also went for some pokes here, which is very strong Sammy infantry. But he's like, you know what? If you're gonna get my city, then I'm gonna get yours. And perhaps force a bit of a fight here if you want to. As long as this anti-air does not get hit by this tank, then Suomi should be feeling pretty good. And he's gonna trade those infantry down. Makes even a recon to kind of pose a threat. Let's see what Talos does here. He does get the flip, of course. The copter does not go here. He goes for the hit there. In range of the copter, but because he has an anti to support it. Ooh, yeah, he goes in to take out all the infantry. That's going to mean that he's going to be able to put more threats onto these other properties. Because the lack of infantry from Suomi now means that he won't be able to respond to the infantry from Talos. He has to send vehicles, and that's exactly what Sammy wants. Force the opponent to use their vehicles to attack her infantry, and then she can slap back with her less powerful vehicles. But yeah, the city is going to go through. So Suomi is going to get that capture. Here we go. So we're still equal income. The powers are ready. So double time could be a thing. Gets a poke there, but double time could take that out. Tank can reach there. So has to be very careful with the positioning. trying to keep the double already split from this army and trying to join his own and trying to save also like these properties, right? He doesn't want this infantry to cap here, this infantry to cap this port. Not yet, but he does have to be careful of the HQ, that victory march. It's not that far away. There's no way that he can get it right now. Puts a 1 HP guy there on the HQ. But it looks like he is going to break through, and he can, and poke at one of the arties. Okay, does not use the double time. Ooh, doesn't get the breakthrough there. I think he would have loved to do that and then hit the anti, it seems like. But he can with an infantry, I think. Okay, he doesn't. He doesn't want to do that. Okay. He's just going to attack all the infantry he can. It looks like he's not going to break through there either. 2, 4. Oh, because this tank doesn't reach. 2, 4, 6. Oh, it does. So he could use this tank and then this one to attack this arty. He doesn't do that. Okay. Perhaps very scared of that Winter Fury response. Man. Okay. Interesting decisions here. We got all these tanks back here from Suomi. The arty just like... There's so many arties. Will Suomi get the Winter Fury? I think he can. There's some big value vehicle hits here. See the anti going down. Well, these arties are not going to get any juicy shots. There's no copter kill either. Unless he can ascend the anti to attack a tank, for example, I think he could get that Winter Fury. And it would be worth it, I think. Let's see if he can get it naturally. Okay, he's going for the arty kill there. Going for the arty shot. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it. I don't think he's going to get it. He's going to get slapped by a victory march or a double time. And that can really hurt. Has to put the recon there because this guy is in range of that HQ potentially victory march. Dang, no snow either. Maybe snow? No snow. Ooh, that turn. I think the anti-sacrificer could have been. That gives you 4K or so in charge, and that might have been just enough for that Winter Fury. And that would have like neutralized a lot of Talos's army and the snow, right? Then like the infantry barely move. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I think this is gonna hurt. He is also gonna get overcharged, right? Now every single attack now it's gonna be an overcharge for Olaf, and that is really what you don't want. And here comes the super. That is gonna be 1 capture. I think that's like maybe 2 captures. That's all it's gonna be. But Meg is gonna destroy that tank, and infantry are gonna get shredded right here. Okay, just 1 city it looks like. And just getting a good battle over here. Just a mech shot there. Okay, it wasn't that big of a victory march, it looks like, but maybe it's fine. He maybe doesn't want to wait after the Winter Fury, right? You just use it now, get whatever I can, and let's weather the winter now. Bonk. And because of that capture, he is ahead that 1 property. It's not looking very healthy here in the middle for Suomi though. He's gonna, honestly, if he tries to take out all the infantry, he should be fine. Even the mech's getting some action over here for Olaf. And that's pretty much it. It's just a bunch of like low HP units here in the middle fighting. All this trash is like slapping against each other. The mech chain is pretty cool. The snow is going to be very hurtful here for Talos. His infantry can't get any shots at infantry. He has that 1 city lead, which is nice. Should be pretty significant. That's like 10%, more than 10%. It's like 15%. He would want to get 1 more. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I don't know what happened there. It was kind of bugging out. But yeah, bye that copter. Suomi's gonna try to reclaim that city, and potentially this city, if he joins here, he can have a healthy infantry and just pour in and attack that mech, even if that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, the copter is gonna live. Recon could die and then the tank hits this tank. But as long as he takes out all the Sammy foot soldier, he's gonna be good. And Talos taps out. Wow. Dang, the KD looking so strong for Talos. Oh wait, no, actually no, the other way around. I would love if the KD would show like the enemies, right? Like kills and it shows you the color of the enemy. Then the death is like the you took out. Wow, the KD was pretty bad. So, wow. Oh, he timed out, that's why. Hey, happy birthday, Sergio. Nice, nice. Thank you. Have a good one. You can watch the VOD later. But yeah, happy birthday, man. Dang, that Olaf win here. I think we've seen kind of even wins between Olaf and Sammy on this map. So Swami getting the lead, getting the 1-0 against Talos, one of the, I would say, of the strongest players in this round 3. Oh, I forgot to update this thing. Give me 1 second. There you go. Okay. 1-0 Suomi. Dang. The upset. Big upset. So let me pull up the next game. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get the AC. Okay. Let's get... Let's get it. Dang, that first game. Don't know what could have gone differently. And you know, that was actually Talos' map too. That was Talos' map and Swami won. That Winter Fury. I thought maybe 1 turn earlier would have been better, sacrificing a vehicle somehow and getting some charge for that Winter Fury. I think it would have been better though. Because then Victory March is like super neutralized. But anyways, very well played there by Swami. And let's take a look at this game 2 of Talos and Swami. Same colors, Talos in the purple lightning over here with Von Bolt. And we have Suomi with Javier with the dinos. This map is called Trouble in Paradise. It is very interesting what it can lead to. It is a damage race map. You have 2 bases and 1 airport against 1 base over here. And so usually, as we've seen, you know, 2 bases against one base and 1 airport, you see a lot of like tank copter. But in this tournament, the map pool, I've been actively decided to get maps that are not copter tank chaining madness, because I feel like there's too many maps out there that do that, and it is all the same thing. It is just copter tank, copter tank, copter tank, you know, adder mirror, max mirror, just slam tanks and copters onto each other. Someone will get better rolls or better tactics and they will win. But in this tournament, I was decided not to do that. We want to see some variety in Unicomp, right? We have maps that RDs are good and mechs are good. This map, for example, is going to have really good tech ups. I mean, you're kind of forced to make tech ups because this pressure, the 2 base and 1 airport, is going to be attacking your 1 base or putting pressure onto these properties or even your base itself. And then it's like, okay, crap, I have to make, just making tanks every single turn is not going to cut it against more than, they can make copter tank infantry. Like, how are you going to beat that with just tanks? So you're forced to make medium tanks. You're forced to make anti-airs. They can make RDs to deal with your medium tanks. We've seen also Neo tanks. We've even seen a mega tank built on this map. So we can also see bombers perhaps for the base skill. So the unit comp is all over the place, and that's what I like to see. And because of the RD plays, right, putting the pressure, you have Javier as actually being a pick, because Javier, this poor guy, never gets picked. Right? Tell me, how many maps does Javier get picked? He is like the most lonely CO out there. Von Bolt easily dominating tier 1 in standard, usually banned in a lot of maps, but here, you know, because it's not that balanced of a front across the map where it's like, oh, copter slamming, tank slamming, that Von Bolt extra stats, sure, it is good, it's always good, but when you have so much unit count against 1 base, that might not matter as much. So Javier can become good because RD, so then, oh, you know, I can send my medium tanks out, and then there's RDs that can't do anything to them. So then Von Bolt might have to maybe make less RDs, or maybe make more like Neo tanks aggressively, or bombers. You can also see Hawk as well because it's pretty high income. So I like that this map and this kind of archetype of a map allows for more variety of CO picks. And okay, anyways, I tend to just yap a lot, and let's get into the game. But just tanks being built over here. It looks like Suomi's gonna go for first strike there. No coverage from these other tanks. Okay. I'm not sure why this tank was put on this forest. I'm gonna go for this interrupt over here. So we're getting both of these cities trying to get capped. And he's gonna attack back from the city. Ooh, okay, actually a better trade there. Remember, the tower is gonna be pretty safe back here for Javier. So until maybe there's a lot of pressure on the base, and then that can get capped. That can be a problem. And we see a mech here from Talos. Okay, lots of mechs today. Lots of mechs today. Probably has to pull back with this tank. But wow, okay. Just gonna sacrifice these infantry. So Suomi's gonna be very low on that unit count. It does allow the tank to hit from the silo now and stop this capture. He did get this poke over here. Ooh, okay, and committing another tank to take out the tank. That is going to be a dead tank and no retaliation. So that is going to be 2 tanks down for Suomi against 1 down for Talos. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. On the other hand, it is relieving a lot of pressure over here for Suomi because most of these tanks are being sent from Talos on this base. So all the focus is over here. So Suomi's going to have all these infantry. So it is relieving the pressure over here. I don't know if that's going to pay off, but we'll have to see. Oh, Talos is here. Nice. Oh, I guess, yeah, you're going to watch it later? Okay. Tank still getting away with murder there. It just took out 2 infantry. Okay. Only 1 more healthy infantry left to get a cap. Will we see an RD build now over here? An RD build? Oh, again, this is... you're fighting against Javier. I wonder if Talos is going to make an RD. I feel like 1 RD is still good to have. I guess it's cheap, but it looks like he might be relying on mechs to deal with this instead of RDs. Okay, goes for the kill there. This Anther is not going to reach that copter, and he's going to be able to sit there, start that capture. This city is getting flip attempted. Will Somi go and interrupt that? Well, I think it should be worth it, right? Yeah, okay. Because he has these 2 tanks. He's no longer going to keep committing over here. He's going to let that city go through. I think he wants to commit this stuff to deny these from getting captured by these guys, but also protect this property. So they're going to be even income, I think, because there's 3 purple, 4 purple, and then 3 and 1. So yeah, they're going to be even on these contested properties. Now we see a copter. No RD from Talos. No RD from Somi either. The power for Javier is ready. And that is something that Javier is going to want to use to get a good first strike turn with no retaliation. So now it looks like Somi is going to push back the forces from Talos. The capture was effectively stopped. This city is now under threat. You have a lot of like dinos to defend. So even if Talos goes and attacks here, there's 3 more. And the thing about this matchup, the difference here is Von Bolt has 120, 110 attack defense, and Javier has 110, 110 attack defense. So Von Bolt doesn't get the KO guarantee like he would against Hawk, for example. So it's kind of like very similar, the dynamic, although Von Bolt has that extra firepower. There's 1 more attack. The tank was a blunder for no reason. Okay. I'm not sure what tank you mean. It might have been the early one that you mean. But that city is going to get flipped. Now we have another threat and this threat as well. So Talos really pulling back. He went in and attacked over here. And Somi is going to use that power now. Look at now the accumulation of the army from Talos. It used to be a lot over here, but he's been front shifting these tanks and the anti that was built over here. Now down here, joining in with the mechs. Very slow, but eventually getting there. No arties. That's going to be enough to break through. This gives him 130 firepower. And 130 defense, of course. That is going to be one tough infantry to deal with. And you got these 2 captures too with the power on. So Suomi ahead 1 property. And now Talos has a question. Do I go for these interrupts? That's going to be a nasty trade with the infantry. Let's see. Okay, 6-7. The worst meme currently. But yeah, 6-7. Kind of a bad trade there, but not the worst. Honestly, getting the 7 there. Is that a... Let me see. Oh, wow. That was the highest roll. 26-30. Yeah, because if you leave it at 8, it's pretty bad. It would be 8 and 5. Dang, okay. So, amazing roll there for Talos. But this city is going to go through. So, Suomi is going to get that. And now Suomi with Javier is 4k ahead. 20% ahead than Von Bolt. Not looking good for Von Bolt. And it looks like we're getting into one big battle in the middle. And we have our first RD as well here from Suomi. He's going to double down on this property. There's a recon as well. And a Neo tank. So he might be a little bit scared of all these troops coming down here. Also perhaps looking for a magnet. But also the copters. Oh, he's really prepping oh, never mind. I was thinking bunching up like 3 copters. That's 27k. I don't know that he can get that super though. A little sacrifice there, but that captures at 3. So he's going to require a bit more. I don't know if you guys can see that. No, you can't. Yeah, the city's at 3 HP left. But the anti is going to take that out. So that capture is stopped. He's going to not attack down here. He's going to focus over here at the top. Javier very close to another power. Will he use it? It's looking very even. If you look at the unit values, it's looking slightly better for Suomi, I'd say. That 23 income and 19 can also be nice to ensure making Neo tank double infantry. Well, not every turn, but every other turn. He's gonna go in and stop that. Well, stop this. Gets a poke at that recon, at that mag. Does not use the power. He's just gonna pull back. Okay, takes out the. Does not take out the anti-air. There's 3 copters. There's 3 copters over here. He has to be careful with that Von Bolt super though. And I think that Talos should get the super now. And this can be a big problem. Suomi running low on that timer. So perhaps not prepping enough for the what is it called, the Ex Machina, because that charge is going up and it is going to land somewhere. Where? Over here, probably on the knee on the copter. A little bit more charge and there you go. Yeah, it lands right here. So that Nia tank now can get a shot. This copter can get a shot from the city and not get shot back from this anti-air. And now he can focus on this next turn. And there's not a whole lot left. That tank that went in to take out the anti-air and the 4 HP one are all dealt with. You have 6 tanks, 2 copters, 4 Talos, and just 1 tank, 1 arty, 3 copters, 1 anti-air. Just the 1 tank is kind of a problem. He's gonna have to rely on the copters to take out the tanks. Just the composition is not looking very good for Suomi right now for this battle here in the middle. He'll probably try to use the super, the power, and hit with this tank from the city onto one of these. Okay. Probably end the turn. Oh, he ran out of time. No, that is gonna be GG. That is gonna be it. He definitely needed to use the power at the end of his turn at least. Because now these copters are easily dealt with. He can probably block off the anti-air or get a shot at it. Yeah, that is not good. Even block this side with this tank if he wants to. He can take out this tank and now the anti-air has to... Oh, he can't even reach the anti-air. Yeah, that is... Dang, the timer there being a problem for Suomi. Talos, at increment, he also runs out of timer, but he still moves everything he had to. Here comes the power, but he lost so much that last turn. Let's see if he can come back into the game. He's gonna cap and put the art. He still has that 4K advantage, but you have these 2 captures going through and he's not gonna be able to stop them. So that 4K is gonna be zeroed out. They're gonna be equal income. And in comes the bomber. Why the bomber though? Oh, because he hadn't built anything, so he had a ton of income, but I feel like he needs more tanks though, because now he has no tanks. Perhaps just making Copton double tank could help out, build up that army deficiency that he has. Now this new tank is getting trapped by the copters because there's no copter response over here. This new tank is getting trapped. It's not looking good for Suomi at all. The Javier dream might be over, and just running the timer down, just getting all the moves in before the timer runs out, playing on increment. Okay, puts the new tank on the silo, makes an anti-air here. There's only 1 tank in range of that anti-air, so I think it should be pretty safe. And you have this guy also made its way back. It's gonna heal. That's gonna be pretty good. There's only 2 copters. You have another one coming. You got the fire response to the bomber, so this bomber is not gonna be able to do too much, because this is gonna zoom right here and it's gonna cover like all of this. So the bomber really can't get any shots out. So a bit of an overbuy there, I think. What can that bomber do? Nothing really. Even if you take out something, you don't have an anti-air to answer the fighter back. So just running low on numbers and just firepower in general. Look, now he makes a double tank. He just has no tanks. They already got even shot. So now you have all these tanks and copters, all these light vehicles from Talos that give him so much flexibility and like possibilities of attacking stuff and doing stuff, while only having 1 bomber response, 1 neo tank. It's tricky, man. Income is gonna be even after this flip, and Javier's HQ. Javier's, Achilles ankle. What is it? Achilles. Is it the ankle? Guys, what's the... Whatever. Yeah, going for the neck there on Javier, because if he doesn't have a counter, which he was not going to be able to interrupt, that is going to be a tier 1 CO against a tier 4 CO, and it is going to be more like tier 5 CO, like a disaster CO. Heal, okay, Achilles heel, thank you. That is definitely Javier's Achilles heel. That's going to be it. Suomi taps out. GG. Ankle adjacent. That's going to even out the score to 1-1. So we're going to game 3, guys. Which is on Catatonia. Let's go. So I think it was looking pretty good for Suomi. And then that turn that he timed out was a big problem. He didn't move half the army. And then even after that, he made Neo Tank Bomber. I think the Neo Tank is fine over here, but maybe a medium tank would have been also fine. Like medium tank and then make Copter double tank and just like make as many light vehicles as possible, because that was just the lack of that meant that he lost all this control, and Talos could be attacking over here, going down here, and just not having enough of a response by Suomi. Okay, let me pull up the next game. Oh, actually, there you go. Okay, so game 3, guys. This is the decider match between these two players, Talos and Suomi. Whoever wins here makes it into the main event. So huge stakes, huge stakes. Talos was already on APC1. Suomi was not. He's kind of a new name here. So will the well-established player show his skills and make it through to the main event once again, or will the underdog come in and swoop the top player out of the tournament? We have an Andy Mirror on our hands. We have Talos and in the Purple Lightning. They've been very consistent with the colors. That's kind of cool. But yeah, Andy Mirror, Talos over here with Purple Lightning, and Suomi down here with the Dinos. No base interrupt line, it seems like. And we do have the lander moving off, and good Suomi keeping this infantry on the mountain, because if not, this guy gets that, and it would have been a very quick ending to this set. Talos is not moving that lander. He's like, nah, I don't want to deal with that. So, tank over here. I'm gonna move towards the middle. Gonna wanna get some early control over that middle, and we have this tank over here from Talos as well. Defensive tank over here. I guess, oh, this tank can reach, so he kind of has to make this tank. And now he does block. Once this city is captured, it's like, okay, now yes, you can move the land and stuff, because you're gonna have stuff in this area to defend the lab cap. Let's see Suomi. This tank is protecting this guy, so you really don't want to shoot at that. Honestly, you could attack from the shoal, and this lander can go on block. Let's see if Suomi does that. He doesn't. Okay, that could have been pretty cool actually. You hit from the shoal. This tank doesn't reach the forest attack, but perhaps doesn't see it, so that didn't go through. He's gonna pull back and defend these guys from this tank. Dang, missed opportunity there. Just infantry and tanks. But tanks are good early on, and then you gotta start making some arties. Tanks are not very good when you start running into infantry walls. You need to start making something else. You can make arties, you can make medium tanks. These bases are so close to each other that medium tanks are going to be pretty good. Their lack of movement doesn't really show too much. Okay, I guess this tank covers this one from the lab, but you're going to be blocked off from that tile. So another moment there, an opportunity, which this time it was seized by Talos, getting that first strike there. Yeah, there's not going to be a response to this tank over here. We're going to get double arty build from Talos. So you know what's going to go down in this area now. Copter response, which is good, I think, against this. This is definitely going to mean that the main fighting is going to be over here on Suomi's one base, on his weaker side. Because this activation plus this hit, and now all of the response to shut this down is all going to be happening over here. We're probably just going to see infantry over here from Suomi shifting towards the middle, trying to guarantee that he can get the city and just defend this the one base area. Let's see if Talos goes to interrupt this or not. Look, even the Arty is not even going for the pipe seam break. He's trying to go as quickly as possible to go for the double Arty attack on that base. And he's going to... Okay, now that was at 8 HP, so he's not going to get the kill there. But really injuring these tanks from Suomi. And he can really attack back. Well, I guess you can. This tank can attack the 6 HP one. Maybe with 5 and 2 you take it out, but I'm not sure. I don't think you do. Okay, he's gonna stop that. And another Arty from Talos. Wow. Suomi still not in the income levels to make a medium tank, but soon. Like next turn, maybe. Depends what he builds right now. The problem is that there is 3 Artys on the way. So a medium tank, it's like, do you really want to make a medium tank? Maybe you just need more tanks. And copters. Talos not even making an anti either. So he's going to stay away from this copter this next turn and make an anti. So next turn he can kind of push forward. Okay, goes for this tank instead. He's going to take out that infantry. So starting some fights where he can. All the focus is going to be over here. Triple Arty, anti-air. We have another Arty over here. Which could go and base lock this base too. That is a possibility. It is gonna just become an infantry base and you're just gonna be investing like 6k of your army over there. We'll see if Suomi answers anything to that. But in come the copters. He has 17k. He can't really make medium tank without base skipping. Okay, he's gonna base skip medium tank. Okay. I guess you have 2 copters, medium tank, just a couple tanks. Even goes for this attack here, which is pretty not pretty. That's gonna get taken out. Desperation times perhaps for Suomi, feeling very behind and not having the initiative that he would want to. Having to do these awkward plays. And he's just gonna, Talos just gonna wait. He's being very patient. He is ahead 2k because this is denied, and now Suomi will get that, so that's gonna be 1k. There's only one city that's being denied. The Arty can still go in and lock down that. Maybe not yet. Getting a recon, I'm not sure why. Maybe to force a tank build here, because this recon can start shooting at all these infantry that Suomi has just been pumping out and shifting towards the middle. So he wants to force Suomi to make a tank over here. If he makes a tank, then he can't make a copter without double base skipping. So it really limits the options for builds from Suomi. And there you go. Tank, infantry, and probably just another tank. Okay. The triple Arty setup. It is indeed the Arty party. Man, and these positionings. I mean, he can break through here, hit the anti, attack one of the Artys. But Talos has saved up 8k. He can make a Neil tank of his own. We're also very close to the super, so if you don't take out that RD, it is going to heal back up. You have another RD to shoot back. So the triple RD is very dangerous. This RD, it looks like it's just going to be chilling here, trying to hold on to the city. It still is kind of threatening the base lock, but it's probably, again, not very much worth it. It's just pumping out infantry, and you might as well just protect the city instead. He's gonna go for the free shot that he can, I guess, outside of RD range. He makes another medium tank. Okay. And at this point, Talos has to be careful, right? These medium tanks, if there's a unit that can break through an anti-air, it is the medium tank, even on a plains. So he has to be careful about that. And also RDs, right? So once you have 2 medium tanks, you have to be careful. You do have 3 RDs, but there's 2 copters, 2 medium tanks, 2 tanks. He can't just push forward relentlessly. He has to be a little bit careful. He has to use that positional magic. So he pulls back. He makes a medium tank of his own. He's not going to attack. Using the land as a good blocker there. And he's just going to wait. He needs a bit more to start pushing into this area. The RD moved back because the tank was kind of threatening there. Also, we're here with a super. Also, base skipped over here for the medium tank. Okay. But it is now no longer locking down that city. Gets the lucky roll there. Wow. I guess he could have still relied on an infantry to finish it off. But he gets the shot onto one of the RDs. Okay. Recon hasn't been doing much besides forcing this tank build that actually just went up here. Oh, what if the lander went over here? I guess here denies the copter hitting this guy with a super because Talos has it ready. Medium tank. Oof. Will Talos use a super or not? He does. Okay. That immediately heals up the RD. He'll probably take this out. Okay, it's that. Oh, he uses the RD. Okay, copter and RD take that out. Guarantees the kill there. He's gonna focus on kills against Andy. Even if you're Andy also, you have to focus on getting those kills. Down goes that copter. Ooh, and gets the other copter. Oh man, Suomi. Didn't see that one. 2, 4, 6. Even in normal range there. Dang, that is pretty bad. Tank getting taken out. That is going to reduce a lot of those light vehicles from Suomi. That was what, 2 tanks, 2 copters from Suomi lost. Look at that unit count just dropping. You're going to block over here, going to finish off that infantry as well. So much blocking, so many RDs. The 3 RDs are still alive, and this 4th one is like over here doing its own thing. And Suomi resigns. Not even a super turn attempt. The KD is 9 to 24. He lost so many more infantry and so many more light vehicles. It is insane. Almost double the army, double the unit count as well. What kind of a response could Suomi do here? Not much really. He just has 2 medium tanks, 2 tanks. Way less infantry as well. Like, you have so many vehicles by Talos. If Talos does something well, is conserve those numbers and have a good balance of light vehicles and tech ups and just everything. Just like a good composition of the army and just waiting for the right moment. This guy, Talos, I swear, he is looking sharper than ever. So that was the decider result there for this set. So that makes Talos 2-1. That makes Talos making it the 5th. Yeah, the 5th confirmed player in the main event. Congrats to Talos and props to Suomi for getting this far, getting a win out of Talos as well, because that is so impressive. I think very few players can say that about them, that they've gotten a win out of Talos. So yeah, really well done. What could have gone differently here? I think that turn by Suomi, allowing that big super was yeah, not very good. If we go back, like he got one tank hit and that was it. Like one tank kill, and then there was 4 vehicle kills and a bunch of infantry kills, and this one as well. So he just lost so much for so little. But I understand he probably was pretty impatient and like didn't feel like he was winning, and it's kind of hard to fight in a situation like that. The pressure was on his one base all this time. I think he was doing kind of a good job in holding off this, but Talos is just so patient, man. If Talos would have like overstayed that last turn, right? Like over here, he could have just stayed here, right? And like, oh, sure, I'll just shoot at this block, put my RDs, and then maybe Suomi gets a super and destroys all the RDs. And then Suomi has all the initiative. But Talos is like, no. I'm just going to be patient and pull back, wait for the right time, allow perhaps one hit here, one hit there, but you know, I'll just heal it back up. So I think it was just really well played by Talos. I think that the initiative was kind of determined. Where was it? Somewhere around here, where Talos decides to make the double RD. I think this tank shot over here by Suomi was pretty bad. Also not getting the hit on that infantry earlier on. This kind of set up the whole pressure onto the one base, honestly. Dang. Okay, so let's get on to the next set. Ooh, guys, we have, what a set do we have? Man. I'm gonna show you the picks. Then I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom. Maybe eat something. Where is it? So our next set is gonna be Days of Plague against Tordred. 2 players from the APC1. Tordred, big brawly guy that hadn't prepped anything for APC1, made all the way to the finals. And Plague was also on APC1, but he got kicked out in the qualifiers. Didn't make it to the main event, and his gameplay is very strange, I would say. It's hard for me to understand or predict what he's gonna do. Usually, when I predict something, he does the exact opposite of that. So that is how kind of Plague plays. The picks are Lucifer for Plague, which is very interesting that he would pick Lucifer. And banned Catatonia and Troll in Paradise. Okay, so no damage race for him. Tordred picked Misery, big brawly map. Banned Razor's Edge and Safecracker. So he doesn't like the contested bases, seems like. And they left Swiss Banking as a possible game 3. Okay. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me give you a little break timer if this thing works. Lucifer is very mech friendly. Yeah, true. That is very true. Yeah. I'm not surprised that Plague is picking that. I guess you're right. Let's do like a 10-minute break. And I'll be back soon. Okay. I'll see you guys back in 10 minutes. We are back. Let's go. Let me put down the music a little bit. That was too much. Okay, I think that's good. Let's do that. Okay, good little break. How you guys doing? How's your Saturday, guys? I never get to ask you how are you doing? How is your Saturday? How are you feeling about APC2 and its main event coming up in 2 weekends? In 2 weekends, guys. Next weekend is gonna be a break, sort of. Have to do some stuff related to the tournament, but I think we've done, or I've done most, because then the staff has to do all the organization, scheduling with the players, because I can't know, right? I can't know, so it's tricky. I'll have a weekend off to kind of just like relax my mind a little bit after streaming literally every weekend for the past couple of months. I think I've skipped maybe a weekend or two. Yeah, there was a few weekends that I skipped, but it's been more often. There's been more weekends I streamed that I didn't, I think. But yeah, main event is going to be then 2 straight weekends of full streaming. That is wild. How did I do that last year? I have no idea. It's going to be intense. But the maps are amazing. I'm really happy with the maps. All the matches we've seen, I think, really show that. The players are all amazing as well. And we have yet to determine the last 2 spots of main event players. So let's get into that. So I was showing you that these are the maps that they picked. There's a Plague and Tortured. We have Lucifer, Misery, and possible Swiss banking, right? Let me see. Okay. Ooh, nice. Let me show you this. I have to update these thingies. All right. So we have first game of Days of Plague and Tortured on Lucifer, map picked by Plague. Plague in the Purple Lightning with Sammy. Tortured in the Amber Blossom with Max. Interesting because Tortured had picked Sammy before on this map against Cannon Fodder. I think the upload of that video came out like this week. But now he picked Max. He might have been like, you know what? Max was pretty strong in that matchup. Let me go Max instead. A bit of a brawler player here. And we have that day 3 recon from Max. And Plague actually not gonna go for this city, which he could have. He can get that. Do you get a poke there? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess the recon can get a shot onto that infantry. I don't know if you... Yeah, you probably have a 9k, so you can make a tank. So you can get this capture. The recon doesn't really stop it. Now this recon, because this infantry didn't go for that, it'll probably shift towards the middle and perhaps put some pressure over here. So we'll see where Plague decides to make that tank. So he still makes it on the 1 base. Okay. Recon's gonna move towards the middle. That's gonna make this tank kind of awkwardly go towards this middle path. Okay. I guess the recon can sit on the city next turn and deny this guy from capturing it. So perhaps he'll go for the port instead. Yeah. So he's gonna do that. Over here we have Max going for this capture in the face of a Sammy infantry. No Comtar for Sammy yet, but yes for Max. So Plague can attack from the forest right here. And like Tortured cannot retaliate. He would have to step off from the city to attack back. So I think this can be a good setup for Sammy actually. This is the stuff that Sammy can do. Because depends what Plague does with these infantry, right? But he could hit here, still get the capture. Wait, actually no. You keep capping at 5 and then you get taken out and you have another one. So even if this guy comes to shoot, you have the other follow-up. So this is not a good setup, I think, for Max. But Torture is going to still send that recon in to hit this guy and injure it. He feels like, okay, it's a day 3 recon. I've done myself some damage. So I need to get damage in, because once we're at these income levels, Plague is going to be making tanks, and once everything is covered by tanks, then the recon can't do anything. So at least this will stop Plague from getting this city anytime soon, because he wants these guys to get the com tower, get the city, stop this, right? So you only want to have this guy going for the port. That recon is getting taken out. So there you have the 8-5. He actually didn't position this guy. That's pretty strange. Oh, it's not in range. Okay. Okay. So we'll see if Turgid decides to pull back and attack here, or attack from the mountain to finish it off and kind of trade 1 infantry for 1 infantry. I still think it would be good for Plague in that sense. And Plague, something that he likes to do a lot is open copters. Well, he didn't open copter, right? He opened tank, but then he had 13k. He decided to make a copter instead of another tank, which makes sense. After taking out the recon, you also don't want to be doing like tank against tank when you're Sammy against Max. Dodger does pull back and attack there, but this will only mean that none of them will get these captures, and eventually Plague will, I think. Another recon from Tordred over here. Base skip now for an anti-infantry just to answer this copter. It looks like he's going to really want to hammer down this city then, because he desperately wanted to have an anti so he can protect this from the copter. So he has to go and capture that. Okay, pulls back over here, has to make a tank to protect from this recon, and protects this infantry with that mech. So everything is protected from the recon. The recon can still go and probably sit on the city. And uses the tank to sit on the city. So this whole build now gets kind of denied from Target. He can't go and capture that. So he kind of base skipped for. I mean, I guess he kind of had to. If he wants to hold the middle, he has to, because if not, this copter's gonna get a free shot. And that can really help out Sammy, right? Because she can get a copter hit into the tank and then use her tank. She really has to use the triangle units. Not like Max, where he can just slam his tanks against yours and he'll get the winning edge. Sammy has to use those counter units. So it's way more trickier. But we're also going to see units that Max cannot use, which is the Artie. This matchup is so much fun, man. Max and Sammy, they're so different, yet they both are aggro COs. Like, they both have to be very aggressive, and they have really good tools at being aggressive, right? One has really good infantry and mechs, and the other has really good tanks, anti-air copters. They are so different in what their units are good at, but they both have the same kind of dynamic. They're not like Olaf, Eagle, right? That they're just gonna sit back and get charged, use their super, and rely on that. So it's a very dynamic and active matchup. They're both using their day-to-days all the time to put pressure, get cities, and get a better engagement. Yeah, this infantry fight is gonna be pretty bad here for Toji. I don't know why he keeps fighting there. Now the Artie is there in just 1 turn to lock down that. So even if this tank is there to hit back, that Artie's gonna rain down. All these mountains make this super choky, so mech and Artie play are gonna be pretty good, with like pretty low unit count too. But successfully denying these 2 cities from Sammy is pretty good there by Tordred. But you do have these two neutral as well, so they're kind of even. Yeah, they are 15k each. He's actually okay. He's gonna get a hit on the mech, but okay, he's gonna sacrifice the recon there and the tank shot right there. He brings both of these to retaliate from this tank and copter that can attack this tank. Oof, they're shifting everything towards this area. And gonna put an infantry in that city to block off this tank from hitting. You can still do like copter here and tank here, and then you have the mech defending as well. So I still like much better Plague's position here. That was kind of a way too aggressive attack by Turgid. That's gonna get interrupted. Copter, tank, yeah. Take that out. And like what's the response here, right? The anti is not gonna get taken out unless you use a power. Tank takes out this infantry, and then you use the anti here, but then you're gonna get your anti taken out by the mech. Perhaps it's fine because the airport is all the way over here, so you don't really need that much of an anti-air. It's kind of done its thing because Max can rely on his own copters to take out Sammy's copters. I don't know, tricky, man. He does use the power. Is he gonna go for that? Oh, the recon. 4, 6, 8, 9. Is this a roll? Is this? Oh man. It's a very risky roll, but he's gonna go for it. Doesn't get the roll to take that out. Oh man, that would have been really good actually. He breaks through there. He gets this juicy tank shot and the anti kill on that copter, and he would be up this tank pretty much, and the recon probably. So the only response would be perhaps the mech taking out the anti-air, and he still have the recon and the tank. But it's not the case. He gets another shot there, and this looks pretty good, honestly. He can also trade down these two tanks, and this anti is going to be pretty happy over here. So he kind of shifted over here instead of going for that copter to kind of answer this one. But now this copter, unless this guy can reach 2, 4, 6, I guess it does. So this copter is going to be able to protect these from this copter. And there you go, the trade there. Hey, Sammy. Big Boy Recon failed the mission. It did. It did indeed. Gonna join there, not a Y. And then copter triple infantry. The income is so low. 15k, 3 bases. It's hard to do copter tank, double infantry. You need 2 more cities, 3 really. The 17k split is very interesting. I don't think we see that too often nowadays on maps. And play, oh wow, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but play actually ran out of time right there. So he doesn't even attack over here. Doesn't even go for the copter attack over here because the copter can respond, and then he doesn't have a copter or anti-air. Let me see. He builds, he moves. Okay, he didn't move these guys, and then he ran out of time. You can see the timer difference. What has 12 minutes in the back? The other has 0. Oh man, Plague. I mean, I laugh, but Plague is still really good on increment. You'd be surprised how much he can do. But the fact that he already ran out of time at this point and Torture has so much, it just shows you so much. He even goes in and attacks just an infantry. Okay. Perhaps relying. I mean, you have the anti-air too that's gonna support this. So is he just sacrificing the copter just to like deny this property from being capped for an additional turn? You can have that 3-7 there. Oof. And here comes the power. He's gonna cage up down that to 4. It's interesting that Turgid did go and attack some of these infantry over here that had kind of not moved because of the timeout, but still not looking that bad for him. Okay, not sure why the double time, but okay. It's gonna break through there. Too bad for the anti being at 3 HP though. If it were at like 5 HP, it'd be very good too. Or even 4 HP, it could do like 6 damage to a copter. So he has to make another one. It also wasn't, it's not in range of a city to go and heal. So it's gonna be even more delayed. But a bit of a positional moment right now. Not attacking too much. Didn't go in and attack over here. They both use the power. The infantry from Max are getting cleaned up over here. We're still at equal income, and the only thing that's gonna make a difference is gonna be this property right here. You have double RD mech. Yeah, that's tough. And again, running out of time. Damn. But at least he moved most of his army. So Torture doesn't want this to stall out too hard. Doesn't want to let Plague just accumulate mechs and RDs and stuff. But honestly, with the timer management, it wouldn't be that bad. He goes for this hit. Wow, a 3 HP max anti. Look at that. Does 5 damage to a copter. It's always impressive. Gets the kill there. Wow, okay. And he's going to break through and attack the RD probably with a tank. Bonk, leaves it at 2. And, ooh, doesn't attack the mech. Ooh, I thought it would be good to attack the mech perhaps. With 10 HP. You leave it at 4. Right? Am I crazy? Because you know Plague is going to want to use that power. Even this mech is just going to shred this tank. And you have the power on, so if this tank attacks, I don't know. It feels like you want to take out what Sammy's good with. It's like infantry and mechs. Because if you're just left with tanks, copters, and no infantry, no mechs, then Sammy's going to struggle. He's going to take that one out and take out the copter. Oh man, these fights that Torture is getting into in this area are just not looking good. He's bleeding out so many units. Slowly going down on that timer, but the army value is not looking pretty. He even attacks his anti, but okay, he's gonna tap the mech there. It's looking kind of over for Max, really. He needs to secure a property or two, or perhaps get a very strong turn. At the same time, you have Victory March around the corner for Plague, and you have a lot of injured foot soldiers, so he's doing a really good job at conserving them, just pulling them back and just waiting, because those they just can snatch properties. So he's just waiting, he's just being patient, using the 2 minutes that he has every turn, just as quickly as he can and as safely, like just playing safe. And there you go. He actually finished with 7 seconds to spare. So, okay. Copter's gonna go down. Anter is not gonna be dealt with. Mech. Okay, still lives. Hits the poor guy there. But yeah, attacking into this area against Sammy is a death sentence, honestly. Unless you have more vehicles or you get some good breakthroughs. It just hasn't been the case. And you have most of the infantry for Max over here as well. Kind of mirroring, you have what, 6 against more than 6. So I guess Tordred can start to shift a little bit towards the middle and perhaps put some pressure on this, like these properties, since Plague is so turtle up over here. But he would have to give up 2 properties for that. So it's not an easy decision to make. More mechs, more RDs. Copter getting a shot here. Okay. Kind of far from the anti, so it's safe. But it's also far from this army. At least it gets some value and causes some repairs. He goes to max force. Oh wow. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 7 gets the extra breakthrough. Is he gonna take out that copter with the injured anti? This anti still lives, guys. This guy has been through it. This guy has been through the map doing all kinds of stuff. Did you break through the mech? I don't think a tank takes out the mech. Oof. Oh man, this guy going for the rolls like yet again. He's like, what if I get it this time? But he doesn't get that roll. It would have allowed him to break through and take out the Artie with possibly the recon instead of the tank. That could have been pretty good. And then taking out this Hunter with, I don't know, the copter or something. Oh man. Okay, but he's gonna go for this instead. He hits the Artie with a copter and goes for that cap. Okay. All these infantry are going to be focusing down on these properties in the middle. And Victory March happens, and a 1 HP infantry is going to get that city. Tank gets taken out. He's going to get this city. Oof, bye-bye, anti-air. Copter's still going to live. Yeah, another city. And he probably... Well, he is going to get this as well. So that's going to be 3 properties. Did you see that? Did you see that? Look at that victory lap. Double mech. And he runs out of time. Okay. Doing a good job. Like though, still, even on increment and running out of timer, he's still like making efficient use of his time. He moves what he has to move. Moves the vehicles. He builds. There's only like these 4 infantry didn't move. That's the only thing. But it's still... That's better. That's better than like not building, for example. A lost battle over here for Tordred. We'll see if he can get this property. He's trying to block. He definitely won the tank battle here. This copter doesn't reach. The mech are not going to reach either. So let's see if this middle control from him can bring him back into the game. Because Plague is currently 3 properties ahead. That is 20k income effectively ahead than Tordred. And you have this big mass of units slowly moving towards more properties of Tordred, but also the HQ. And I know it's right next to the base and the airport, but that's a lot of units. And we don't have Victory March until, you know, we need a lot of turns to see Victory March again. But still, it's still a pretty scary situation right here. You're kind of split like this between this army and your base. So it can be pretty tricky. But he's still going to attack. Okay, attacks from the force and makes a medium tank. It is the panic buy moment. Scared of this stuff, gonna make a medium tank. And honestly, max medium tanks they're intense. They can be very hard to deal with. Sammy has to use Arties and copters, but she has 1 copter. It's all the way over here as well. Look at this ball around the copter thing. So this can shut down this pretty effectively. There's a 6 HP Artie and now a new one. Made kind of preemptively, which I think is smart. But he does have 3k, so he doesn't really have to push too deep, right? He can just sit back a little bit. But he's like, nah, I see the opportunity and I'm going to take it. He's going to go for the mech cap over here. Looks like... I think it's unstoppable. The medium tank is left shooting at these very low value units. You can only get 1 shot at the mech, and it's not going to be enough. So that is going to be a flip for Plague. Artie's going to go down. Look, oof, 4-7. That's so sad. Tordred is in desperate times. He has nothing over here. These 3 properties from Plague are absolutely safe. They are not under threat, nor today, nor tomorrow, nor anytime soon. These infantry are all moving towards the middle. He's trying to shift everything with here and maybe try to reclaim these 2 cities to even out the board. Actually, if he gets these 2, then he would be ahead, right? He just needs to flip 1 to be even. But this city is going to go through as well, so he has to reclaim this part. Oh, wow, Plague does not finish the cap. Instead, wants to get the value hit there. And wants to hold the properties. Day limit here is day 30, guys. So we're at day 21. Technically, if Plague just pulls back and protects the properties he has, he just wins by day 30. Oh, it takes out the... Why are we taking out the anti-air? Doesn't the anti-air take this out? Maybe it doesn't. But I was thinking maybe the anti-air takes out this 3 HP tank Mini tank comes in, takes out this tank. Okay, so max still lower in unit count, 22 to 26, lower in unit value, lower in income, lower in everything. He does have the charge though. Hey Kisam, how's it going? He does have that charge, right? The power is ready, very close to a max blast. This medium tank will shred through everything. Let's see if normally, wow, look at that. On a regular day, it will most likely KO a tank on a plains. So this is like not even a wall, right? This can break through and then a tank can go and attack an RD. That is what's scary from max. We do have 3 RDs though now. 3 RDs and like so many mountains, so very hard to attack. And Plague has shifted away from the pressure over here and now focusing down on this property in the middle. All the army, literally all the army, guys. There's nothing over here. Nothing. There's nothing from either player in this area. It's all over here. Dang. Now we see some orange infantry moving towards his right side, perhaps trying to put some pressure on these properties, forcing a bit of a response from Plague. We'll have to see what he does. The cap was stopped, but this is a nightmare. This so much army. But you do have these 2 infantry pointing at these 2 cities. So Plague has to do something about that. He has this copter that could interrupt there. This infantry now. Okay. So he's keeping some stuff in range of these 2 cities to stop possible caps. Medium tank's gonna take that out. So now he can start the capture. He would have to send a copter to stop that capture. We'll see if he does so. But if he does, there's a copter in response. Oof, tense moments, man. Playing this kind of match right now, oh, so tricky. It's like Plague is trying to close out the match. Torture is trying to claw back and squeeze some property thefts wherever he can. He's trying to get these, trying to get this. We're at day 33, so there's 7 days left till day limit. Still a lot that can happen. We're close to a max blast as well, which is devastating. So this can go either way, guys. Copter is going to be sent in to interrupt the capture there. And we have a Neo tank built from Plague. Looks like he saved up a little bit last time. I guess he made tank and double infantry and just saved up. Okay, first strike there. All the RDs come in here. Let's see if this one also joins the party. Now we have infantry in range of these cities. So big stare off here of infantry. And yeah, he doesn't keep trying to cap this. Oof. If there's a power turn here or a max blast turn that Torture can do. Okay, he does max force. He doesn't wait for the max blast. Okay, Copter goes down. If he takes out these... Oh, this anti also reaches. You have to take out these 2 and then like block. This Copter's gonna be pretty good to deal with a Neo tank as well. He's gonna block there. He's gonna take out that anti-air, okay, with a Copter. Take out the RD. Oh, doesn't get the roll. Man, this guy and the rolls this game. It's always the same roll too. The 3 times he's gone for it, he didn't get it. Neo tank gonna shoot. Oof. I guess the first would have been nice against the Neo tank, but you have the RD there locking it down. But now this Neo tank can shoot from the forest too. And you know it's a max force medium tank, but that can be pretty nasty. And take a quick look. If it's on the forest, yeah, at least that's a really good trade for the Neo tank. So let's see, Copter's gonna go down. Ooh, didn't get the kill there. But victory march even. Gets the victory march. So now it's 4-8. He can snatch this property. He's going to stop that as well. Actually, no, it's at 4. You guys see it, right? Yeah, it's at 4 city points. So that city, he has to send the tank here and then another infantry to stop that. I feel like he's going to. He has to? He's not going to. Wow, that city is going to be flipped by Tortured. but he also got this, so, and this, and Torture resigns. Wow, I thought he was gonna keep playing. Wow. Ugh. I mean, I understand it. He would get this flip, and it would be 19 to 15. Yeah, still not pretty. Still 20% ahead. There's gonna be 5 days left, and you have the copters to answer the Neo tank, but there's just a bit too much. More army for Plague wherever you look at, and he's not gonna allow any of these property flips really. Like Torture would have to send vehicles to get these properties, but he's literally starving. He has 14k and he wants to spend all of his funds in vehicles into this area, so he just can't do everything at the same time. GG. Let's look at the stats. Let me change it to this. There you go. So total funds, Plague was always ahead in those funds generated, and after that victory march, he was a bit more ahead and just was growing. Slightly ahead, then even, and then always ahead. That first victory march gave him that property lead that was pretty significant over these past 7 turns. Unit count always ahead for Plague. Army value always ahead for Plague. And then damage dealt. Looks like Plague was always getting bigger damage done as well. If you add to that more income, it really explains that army difference. And then you had this strong power turn by Tordred, the strongest yet, but then an even more deadlier victory march for Plague. I mean, the Neo tank hit on the medium tank is probably like a third of this or half. Well, okay, so that is 1-0 for Plague. Sammy seems to always bully Max on this map. Yeah, Sammy seems pretty strong. She is, I think, the best one in async. In live, I think Max has some chances. But I think Tarja just got into too many bad fights in that left side, in that choky area. Too many roll attempts, I think. Which, if they worked out, they would have been really good. But none of them worked out. So, let's pull up this. So our second match is going to be on Misery, and I'm going to change Tordred to what he had picked initially. There you go. So we have some more Sammy action. This map is Misery. Second game of Tordred and Plague. Sammy Mirror. Plague in his favorite Purple Lightning army. Tordred, they're both just going straight for that city and airport line. But Plague is not going for this cap immediately. He's actually going to rush this other city and airport line. Okay. It's always interesting to see how different these capture phases work out, because I think it matters a lot for the middle fight, for these properties in the middle. We have an arty here for Tordred. The very first vehicle being built is an arty. Just really activating as early as possible the base thread. I don't think it's good this early. We'll have to see how it works out. But you only have 3 infantry in this base, and you still want to get this, perhaps this. I guess the arty can... it'll be a good deterrent over this base. Over this property, I mean. Because if Plague starts to capture, then Torture can attack, bring the arty, and then just lock down that city. So Plague's not gonna go for that. He's gonna go for that. I don't think he ever wanted to go for that city. So he's like, whatever. It makes a tank over here, which is very odd to see. Usually people are making tanks on this base first, perhaps even this one, but not on this one. So this tank, is it to like stop this, like tank infantry? But I don't think so. I'll probably send this tank over to this area and try to take out this infantry on the following turn. Oh man, this map is so intense. And I played it in the Live Madness tournament with, I think it was 10+1 increment. Please don't do +1 increments. Especially on a map like this. That was wild. But he does go for the kill there on that city. So he's gonna let that arty get a nice shot onto that tank. Wow, okay. Interesting. Trading an infantry in a city for half a tank, I guess. Now Torture is going to be in range to stop this capture if he wants to. Because Plague is going to start right now, finishes this. And Torture, he could stop this and use this guy, like with both of them, and stop that city capture. We have another arty here, this time from Plague, and not gonna go for that base over there, which Torture made a mech preemptively. But he's gonna go over here, kind of blocking this off, and then the arty locking down that city. We're gonna have mechs marching down the middle. Does he go for the interrupt here? Let's see. He does. He is gonna do that. Okay. Even attacks this guy. Okay. And we see a copter, mech, infantry. The tank pulls back all the way over here. Probably gonna shift towards pressure onto this space. So we're gonna have already 2 tanks, copter, and more copters most likely to come. Income's getting higher now. We're at 18, 19k. Right, Plague has 20k in the bank. So we're gonna start to see a lot more vehicles now, perhaps even some bigger units. But we're gonna see triple mech over here from Plague. Another arty. Okay, goes for the interrupt there. I think this works out because even if the tank gets a shot there, the copter can respond, and an anter is not gonna be able to attack this copter on this tile. But I don't think that Torture is gonna focus there. He might just shoot at this infantry and then send all of this over here. But these mechs are very strong. It is not that easy to base lock. If these were rivers, then maybe it'll be a little bit easier. But mechs on mountains, also with no comm tower, like it's harder to punch through those mechs on a mountain. Usually if they're on plains, you can send your tank and you leave them at like 3 HP, you know? But if they're on a mountain, you drop them down to like 6, and then your tank gets down to like 6 or 7, depends the CO. Yeah, he does go for that hit there. And it looks like Torture is gonna get this city that should belong to Plague. So he's gonna be ahead on those middle cities. But we'll have to see, because Plague can send this copter over to the middle, and he'll have a few more foot soldiers, so he can probably take this guy out next turn. So we'll see if that will hold. We have these double arty setups to attack this space. No copters just yet from Plague. Okay, gonna neutralize that mech. Wow, doesn't finish the capture there. He really wants to take out these mechs so he can bring the arty, maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, he's gonna do that. Block it there so the infantry can live, right? And the mech doesn't shoot at the arty. Very important. Very important. Keep your arty alive and healthy. Probably needs another arty. I've always liked when there's 2 arties, because one is, if you find the moment to just smack that arty, then the base is safe. But you do have a lot. Now you have 3 tanks, 2 copters, and an arty. Just everything collapsing in this area, right? So Plague has to make a medium tank most likely. But where do you stick this anti-air? You can't put it on the city because the arty is going to shoot at it. If you put it on any of these, then these tanks are gonna take it out. So tricky stuff. Plague is eventually gonna get this, so he's gonna have the pair there. I think they're gonna be kind of even on the income. We'll have to see how they do in this base pressure moment. But he does go for the shot there. Dang, that mech is strong. He just makes an infantry? What? That base is lost. That base is bye-bye. That is the easiest base. That is the easiest base flip I have seen yet. That is insane, but I swear Plague does these things. Plague has a way of playing that I just don't understand. He'll sometimes be like, oh, you want that contested base? Oh, sure, have it. No worries. Have it for 10 turns. I'm good. And then somehow still wins. Like, I don't know, man. Plague is just from another world. I mean, he technically is, like, he's from Days of Ruin, so maybe that different mentality shows. But Torture is going to be very happy that he can get this base. Has triple mechs on mountains. This anti on the city can only be shot at by one tank. So it will live, even if the copter wants to attack there. And then you have a friggin' Neo tank now. Man. I don't know what Plague can do now. Yeah, that is too much. A Neo tank is really powerful. And you can't deal with the anti. You have 3 mechs. Is he gonna bank on a victory march something? Maybe he shifts all of these forces down here and goes for the HQ? We're gonna have to see, guys, but I honestly have no idea. I have not watched this match. He is an artist. He is. He indeed is. Just tank, copter. Torture is gonna feel so comfortable, so good right now. It's like, bro, I have 4 bases against 2. Like, I am so good. I don't have to go aggressive anymore. I just have to flip these properties that are from this base and just hold on. Just like defend all 4 bases. Just respond to wherever he goes by building something, and I'm good. So it is really all on Plague. Let's see if this play of his, of giving up the base so easily, is gonna pay off somehow. And I don't know how. We see some of the troops going down here. We see a rocket build. Perhaps it will come down here. It could in 2 turns lock down this base. So we'll see if that's the case. So Torture being careful, he probably should make like perhaps just copter and tank is fine, honestly. He's also trying to respond to this. New tank just getting a shot wherever it can. But that income is gonna start to really grow apart from each other. This is 3 properties and more to come that will be under Torture's control. The pipe seam has been busted, and this is the first time that I've ever seen it get busted. Perhaps we'll see some bomber or something, but yeah, he's definitely investing everything he's got down here. He wants to win with the Victory March HQ cap. That is the only thing that he can do. But I don't know, man. I don't know. You have the same amount of production, base airport against base airport. Now we see a fighter as well. He has so much money, 26 to 18k. Slowly advancing here, but this is really unimportant. I mean, you do have this Neo tank that's staring down this base, and you could have an HQ cap here threat from Torture as well. So it's like, okay, is this an HQ race then? Right? If you're going for my HQ with a victory march because you have more charge because you lost so much stuff, I can do that too. Like, I just have to not lose my HQ. You can put a fighter on the HQ and then just go for yours, pretty much. We have 3 arties and a rocket moving forward, 4 copters, 5 copters. Okay. This is wild stuff. there goes that fighter. He doesn't even want to spend any time thinking of optimal plays. Just going for the safe stuff. Fighter and HQ, done. He doesn't even have fighters. He needs 2 fighters, maybe a missile to take this out. So that is not gonna happen. And he has 16k guys. 16k guys. 28 to 16. How is he gonna build fighters to deal with this? You're not gonna get that HQ. He managed to build one, join some units for some cash. Maybe he can join some more copters like this, injure them, join, make another fighter. Plague running low on that timer, and Torjit he's not gonna go for the victim match. He's gonna use that power. What does he see? Can he get some attacks perhaps here? I mean, the rocket is literally in front of the medium tank and the tank. Plague here just going crazy. Okay, breakthrough. Okay, medium tank. Okay, victim are just ready, but there's nothing in range of that HQ. Even fighter comes out of its little HQ nest. He's gonna flip another probably, man, 29 to 15 and more. It's gonna be 30k to 14k. And another fighter. And 90% or more of the army just collapsed on Days of Plague's army over here on the right. And this is GG. If we don't see a GG on this turn, like, come on. Okay, the medium tank is dealt with, but okay. Yeah, that is definitely it. If he pulls out a missiles, that would have been hilarious. Dang, that play there of letting the base go really wasn't it. Wow, he must have thought that maybe he could go and take out this base. Let me go. Oh, let me pull up the stats first. But I wanted to go back there a second. It was probably like day 10. It was pretty early on. Yeah, he made an infantry. Can he make... You need a medium tank. Because, yeah, if you make tank or anti-air, then the copters and the tanks will take it out. So you need to make a medium tank. This is the moment where you can make a medium tank. I think the problem is that the anti-air doesn't have any safe spot. And so even if you make the anti-air, the medium tank, these 2 copters could block off the medium tank and then probably like step onto the city, and then you're kind of locking in the medium tank, and then you bring the arty and you can slowly deal with the medium tank that way. So I think that's what was going through Plague's mind. So he goes for this. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So that was game 2, which evens out the score right there. So it's 1-1. Plague and Torjit. So we're going to the 3rd match, the decider match. Oh, and I think I remember this match. Oof, okay. So let's keep the colors consistent. We have game 3, the last game between Torjit and Plague. Probably the biggest set in this round 3. Like, these are 2 of the top ones, and they face each other. There's been a lot of upsets. There's been, Poland, Deegis, Raider, Caraman, Darth Noob. They all got taken out in rounds 1 or 2. So yeah, a lot of the top candidates got taken out. So this is, I think, the biggest like matchup in round 3 that we have. So yeah, we have Torjit with Adder, here in the top with the Amber Blossom, and we have Plague down here with Jess in the Purple Lightning. An Adder and Jess matchup, which I think is really cool. First tank built over here for Plague on the kind of stronger side. I'm surprised I actually made this tank. I've seen him before skip and make like go straight to a medium tank, and it looks like that's what Torture is gonna do. He's not gonna respond with a tank build over here. He's gonna save up and he's gonna have 18k next turn, so he can make a medium tank, essentially shutting down this tank from doing too much. Okay, but he's not gonna be able to exert any pressure over here then, because he's gonna have a medium tank. Unless he makes Copter tank infantry, no, he is gonna make a medium tank. Okay. Opening chunk. That is the way here. It's crazy because I thought this map was gonna be of the more traditional kind of maps, the more like Copter tank spam, but it really hasn't. This map has seen so many tech ups. It is wild. It has been bombers as well. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Pretty happy with this map, honestly, on the pool. Because that's the thing, no, with baseline maps, it tends to happen a lot that it's very just Copter tank, Copter tank, Copter tank, but that's not the case in this one. So I'm pretty happy with that. Medium tank is gonna plop over here. It is pretty threatening, right? Stopping the com tower cap. It is defending this. Now we see an arty from Plague to try to deal with the medium tank. Tank is just like kind of running away, but also threatening this guy. Maybe he can take out the black boat early on, you know? Wouldn't be the worst idea. And the guy just jumps into the black boat to be safe. That's funny. That's really funny. I don't think a tank can take this out. Yeah, no. Ooh, wow, pretty close though. With a com tower? Okay, it doesn't. Imagine it gets taken out and then you lose the infantry. That would be so sad. But the medium tank is gonna shift towards the middle, gonna defend. I think he has everything protected actually. Even this, like this tank cannot shoot over here. And it's still threatening the com tower cap. So Plague cannot get that com tower cap, meaning his infantry are gonna be so incredibly bad. It might be the moment that Tortured needs and go for those infantry attacks, right? He'll have, like we saw right here, he actually got a good roll there because he didn't have the com tower yet. So he dropped it down to 6. But the response from Jess is an 8. Jess infantry is so bad. And without a com tower, it's just so sad. There goes that. Poor infantry in the black has to step out next turn. That, oh, actually this tank doesn't. Okay, I thought it reached to defend this tab, but it doesn't. So he's not gonna have the com tower. And look at that, gets us the 7. For Jess, it's definitely guaranteed a 7. I wonder if it's a possibility to do less than that. Okay, she actually has a chance to do a 6, but very low. Infantry is dropped off. Tank, okay, made over here to defend from this guy. This guy still hitting over here. A very good trade there, and also steps into the forest for a better terrain. So now this guy can go and shoot, but it will be injured too. So Plague is not gonna get this property, I think. We're getting some copter chains as well, and a mech from the Adder player. Wow, doesn't go for the attack, goes for the join. He wants to guarantee the capture because he knows that if he goes to take this out, he might win the infantry battle, but he's not gonna get the city. And then these guys are probably gonna come in and get it back. So he decides to join to get the city instead of going for the infantry. Very interesting. Gets the hit here with the arty support, so even if the tank hits, he can shoot back. Gonna go for that com tower cap. We'll see if Torjo is gonna go for the interrupt there, get into an infantry battle, but he only has 2. And a third one coming in, which is going to reach, right? If you attack from here, this guy can attack from the road, and this guy can then shoot from the forest. Now we have a response medium tank and a neo tank from Plague. These guys are playing themselves a spot on the main event, so it is very important. Whoever wins here is gonna make it into the main event. Tortoise still is gonna go in and attack. If we've seen something from him in these matches, is that he is relentless. He will shoot in range of a arty, of a mech, doesn't care. I don't know if it's the correct call, because now he's gonna lose a tank. He didn't go for the interrupt there, so Jess is gonna have the comm tower. So they're both comm tower something. I was gonna say like comm tower less, but it's the opposite of less. It's comm tower more. I don't know, man. It's been 3 hours of streaming. Neo tank actually has to shift down here because these guys, they're gonna take this infantry out, just this guy, and then he can start capturing. So a full Neo tank has to be sent to stop the incoming city flip that he's invested so much into it. And actually, ooh, wait, he can attack from the road. Oh, he doesn't. Wow, Tordred, what a missed opportunity there. He can attack from the road and then start capping, and this Neo tank could not stop the capture. He didn't see that, and it looks like Plague is going to stop that capture. Dang, a very big missed opportunity there for Tordred. But he's gonna keep attacking over here, and he's just gonna keep injuring the arty with infantry. Okay, brings these copters towards the middle-ish, more to like this area on the left. A sidestep could hit this arty next turn, so that will be the end of the road for it, and makes a bomber to deal with these guys. And I think that works out really nicely, honestly. This anti-air a bit exposed over here. He gets the kill there on that city cap. Sacrifices the tank to get charged because this medium tank can get a power and attack this medium tank. Dang, okay, so the anti-air is safe now. Wow. That was a good find there by Plague. The arty's gonna stay alive. I wonder if he'll use the power to take it out. Okay. He's gonna stop it with a tank, and there it goes. Bye-bye. Arty. Copter's not gonna be in range to deal with that. The infantry hits there. Okay. Not looking very pretty. I think he can still take this tank out and then take out the copter with the anti-air. And he doesn't... I mean, I guess now he has a mech to attack the anti-air. But he really wants to... Well, honestly, the Neo tank has to pull back, right? He's not gonna... Because if he leaves it, he has to bring the anti-air down here. Okay, he's not going to. He's gonna pull back the Neo tank. And makes another one. Oh wow, he didn't get the kill on that one hit on the tank. Dang, okay. So I guess the copter's gonna live. And this capture's gonna go through as well. It was briefly interrupted by the tank, but perhaps infantry and copter can deal enough damage there. You probably need an anti-air as well here to like kind of sustain this copter attack. We see a sidestep, okay. Gets the extra movement there. Gets the kill. Oh, doesn't get the kill there. That's so sad. He is going to get that kill, and he's going to go for that, and there you go with the anti-air. Wow, and goes for the hit on the medium tank in range of 2 anti-airs. Did he have charge for a sidewinder? Because maybe he could have used that and take out the anti-air with mech and medium tank and then block these guys off. Okay. Will that be enough? He got this capture going through as well, which now that the bomber went over here, the Neo tank can go back and take it out. The fact that the full Neo tank is being used to stop these captures is hilarious. So many things could have gone differently here, but this is what we have. There it goes again. Can he break through? he has to like sacrifice this medium tank, if only it was that easy, and then take it out and then hit that bomber. If he can take out that bomber, it is over. Let's see. I'm sure that was a roll too. That is wild. And that is gonna get the kill, and he's gonna get the hit on the bomber. Oh man, that is so bad for Tordred. He officially has 1 foot outside the door of APC2. You have a Neo tank over here. A couple copters to respond, but then you have 3 anti-airs. You have all these infantry, copters, and tanks from Plague as well, which can very easily shift towards the HQ. You have this guy that's healing up. In 2 turns, it is going to be ready to start an HQ cap. So Plague has all the initiative. I know they're equal on income, but it is not the same situation. He's ending behind on army than that of Plague. These anti-airs can just go crazy. Yes, the mech got a shot there, but you have to... He's probably gonna make another one. Neo tank is just going rampant everywhere, doing whatever it wants to. And you can see the threat now. You can smell that threat of the HQ. There is very little from Tordred. His army is mostly air units. there's this one. He has 0 tanks. He has 0 tanks of any sort. There's 0 tanks. To be fair, there's also very little tanks from Plague, but he has some coming. He's doing that copter tank chaining now. And this guy didn't heal up all the way to 10. Okay. Not sure why. We got this cap over here. He's gonna want to defend it. I guess that bomber is in range of a sidestep bomber, but you have the anti-air, so it's probably not worth it. Okay, gonna kind of pull back. He's gonna wait a little bit more. Perhaps build something that can deal with his medium tank as well. You can look at that unit again, to 14 to 20 is really bad. The bomber really can't go anywhere very comfortably, and ooh, even that's pretty bad. A power there can take out that bomber for free. I think you can block. I think you have to put this guy over here. 2, 4, 6, 7. We can still reach here. No, is that gonna be? That's gonna be a dead bomber for sure, right? He's definitely gonna get the power. No, don't tell me that's another dead bomber. If that's a dead bomber, then that is it. That is GG. Losing that much value so quickly for free is really bad. Does he use the power? He moved the anti-air. Wow. Plague. Not going for the kill there. That is very strange. That is one value hit right there. Poof. I guess he's, I don't know, trying to save the anti-air to deal with these copters. Here comes the side set, but wow, what a missed opportunity there to take out a full bomber. He's gonna send these guys to stop that capture. He really doesn't want to let this capture go through. There's only 1 more infantry for Plague, but it's still 2 turns away from the space. So this city is really, it shouldn't belong to Tordred. Doesn't get the kill there. He's gonna take out that tank and does get the hit onto that copter. So that's why this guy came along. Injure the infantry. There's only 1 healthy infantry for Plague. Something to keep in mind about the threats that he can pose. But I think this is Operation Cleanup right here. A lot of these Orange Blossom dudes are gonna be saying farewell. Farewell? I don't know. They're gonna be saying bye-bye. They are no longer gonna be over here. And he's gonna keep camping there. He's gonna take that out. And Plague running really low on that timer. He has 13 seconds. And pulled back so far back. This bomber triple medium tank combo is too much, perhaps. Okay. And now he has to make some infantry. He wants to reclaim this. They're equal income. but it might soon not be equal, as these are all gonna be shifting towards the middle. They're gonna put some threat over to this. I think he's trying to answer all these anti-airs with these medium tanks, and perhaps with the double bomber. Like all of this could, if it can collapse onto this, it can really take out this army. Plague will probably make something big over here. He's gonna attack over there and bring the other anti-air. The problem is that if he sends all this over here, then he's gonna leave a big vacuum, and all this army from Plague can push out again and put a threat into that HQ. So Torture is kind of, you know, between a rock and a hard place. These guys have two jobs. They have to ward off this, but also trying to destroy this. It's not easy. He actually goes for that anti-kill there with that bomber in. Oh man, that's a very bad trade there. Dang, Torture just trading down these bombers. That is crazy. Plague. He could. Okay, no, never mind. Does this reach with a super? No, it doesn't reach. A mech and a bomber to protect the bomber from anti-air. I feel like you still go and take that bomber out. This anti-air front switching through the back. This medium tank moving over here. What is it doing? Oh wow, it just required one anti-air. Dang, okay. I thought it would require also the 5 HP one, but never mind. You can just pull that back and heal it up and make another one probably. Okay, sidestep, you're gonna take out that anti-air. Oh, takes that one out too. Uses the copter to take this out. Okay, so then I guess the bomber's free to go now, but I don't know, man. Losing a bomber to an anti-air is pretty bad. But it looks like he can get a breakthrough here and attack the arty from a city. And we have the triple chunky boy lineup right here. We're gonna have another bomber. This is the 4th bomber Torture has done. Man. And the overdrive is used by Plague right here. There's only one medium tank to shoot at any of these. But you do have a copter. This guy's on a road. So I think you'll probably focus these down and leave this one be. Yeah, look at that. That is insane. And brings the other one, which is going to be in range of this guy. Sort of. I think the arty can go on the city, perhaps? Okay, or they... or there. Okay. And over here, the anti that had front switch is going to deter this bomber. But the bomber can go and take out the anti itself. So that is what it's going to do. Ooh, is it at 2 though? So it receives a little bit of damage. Man, so many bombers. And he doesn't keep attacking over here, which makes sense. This guy's on a forest with a super. You'd have to attack from the city here, but then you have 2 medium tanks. It wouldn't be the worst idea though. This can be a little bit dangerous though, having the bomber staring down the base. You really can't build anything but an anti-air. And now that it's at 8 HP, it will hold, right? It will leave the anti-air at like 4 or 5. So, and then the bomber is gonna slowly die. If only there was a tank, then this base would be pretty much dead. Because you could do tank, bomber. If they make a Neo tank, then you just do bomber first, or you just block it in. Medium tank made its all its way over here now, and we have a T-copter from Plague. This is the only infantry he has in this area, and it's at 3 HP. So it looks like he's gonna put it over here and start ferrying some infantry towards that HQ, I would assume. Sidestep makes that reach there, but do you put the copter there to block? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And then the bombers can shoot at everything else. What is this? What is this game? Why are there so many bombers? There's like so many tech ups overall. It's crazy. There are no tanks. There's actually one tank. This single tank. It's like Medium tanks, neo tanks, bombers, and there's like no infantry, which is very base light ish. But all three, the triple medium tank lineup is now dealt with from Tordred. So now looking very, very hot here for the Adder player. And we're gonna be spamming a lot of anti-airs, it seems like. Well, there you have it, guys. You wanted to see it? The Chunkus Maximus has arrived. Desperate times require desperate measures. This bomber is out of fuel, out of ammo, shooting at an anti-air. Oh man, what is going on? There is gonna be a flip here. We are at day 23, so maybe they are thinking about day limit. Medium tank getting sacked onto the mega tank, perhaps for the overdrive. Oh no, because the anti can reach that bomber. No, Torture, not another bomber. That might be it, honestly. Losing that bomber, having no bombers at all is gonna be a problem. That is pretty massive. Oof. Man, just one tile, Torture. It was one tile back. A second T-copter to have more reinforcement of these infantry. Sidestep to take the infantry with the anti-air. Okay, really wants to get this capture. Sacrifices that bomber there. Okay, gonna block. Mega tank comes in. Just really focusing down on those infantry and really looking towards that day limit. It seems like Torture is focused on day limit. He's taking out infantry, and he's gonna get this flip, and he will be winning. But that's a lot of T-copters, so play can get here pretty fast. He does actually take it out with the anti-air, so they are gonna be equal income. If we get to day limit, it will be a tie, guys. Okay, Mega Tank slowly trying to figure out what to do, right? These guys will easily just run away from it. Gonna get a bomber built now to try to deal with the mega tank, but it's all about that HQ, I think, for play. Taking out all these infantry. There's gonna be very little that Torture can do really to get the property lead. And I think the worst thing is that the property lead is because of this property, which is 2 turns away for the space. I know there's a mega tank coming, and maybe that will be the sole purpose of the mega tank, is like to protect this one city, but it's not gonna be enough, right? You can capture and block, and there's not gonna be enough units here for Torture to stop that. Oh man, crazy stuff. And we see an APC as well. I'm not sure why. We see a join there, get some cash, makes a fighter. Why is there a fighter? To get a quicker response to these copters, but just plowing in over here, taking out all the units from Tordred, but doesn't do the blocking. He's gonna let this mega tank stop this. Wow. What is going on? Okay, copter dealt with, and we got this capture going through as well. Ooh, T-copter blocking, not the T-copter blocking. Does a 9 HP copter? Oof, with a power it does. Okay, so at 9 HP, this can get dealt with. But you got this threat as well. That's 3 turns to cap, and you have a medium tank and an arty. Like, how are you gonna deal with this? Mega tank is gonna come in and absolutely wreck that infantry. Sidestep's gonna be used, and yeah, gonna guarantee that. Get the medium tank to shoot there, but the bomber is there ready, so you're gonna need an anti-air. But if you make an anti-air, you can't deal with these things over here. So, kinda. Oh, or I guess you just don't build anything, I guess. Okay, we're at day 27. That is enough time for Tordred. That's 4 days. So Tordred can still go for an HQ cap here and like take these infantry out. I think this is GG. I don't see how Tordred can win this. And Tordred resigns. Oh, man. What a game. That was wild. I had forgotten about this one. I remember it being crazy. I was watching most of it live. It was wild, all the bombers. But dang, that was wild. 54, 45 KD. So many tech ups, right? It's pretty crazy. We even saw the mega tank. The infamous mega tank build. I think if Turgid would have saved those bombers, it would have been so different. The bomber anti trade there was not good, I think, for Tordred, and then the other bomber, that last one he lost to the overdrive Jess anti-air, that was kind of the nail in the coffin. At that point, he didn't have tools to put threats around the map. He just had a mega tank that's slow. The only thing it killed was one infantry, right? So just being a bit more careful, perhaps with the positioning and not throwing those bombers. Man, he would have had like, if he would have saved the bombers, he would have had like 4 bombers, 5 bombers. That would have been crazy. Oh, are we not getting the stats? I guess maybe one of them used one of the newer colors. Oh well. Dang, so congrats to Days of Plague. This means that he makes it into the main event. And you know what's crazy? Tordred had made it to the main event last time and Plague did not. So this is kind of a redemption arc for Plague. He has now made it into the main event. And Tordred, who was the finalist in APC1, is not making it in. It is pretty crazy how many new players we have in the main event. This leaves us with the last set. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so our last set is going to be Elio and Advanced Noob. We have Trouble in Paradise for Advanced Noob. He banned Catatonia and Rage's Edge. Okay. Doesn't like the spicy ones. Advanced Noob, he picked Swiss Banking. And he banned Lucifer and Safecracker. And Misery is going to be possible game 3. Okay. Let's load these up. And then we will know who are all the main event players. And we can take a look at the bracket, and we can look at the new names as well that will be given to the players and all that good stuff. That is true, Random News. Plague had lost to the Sammy Cheese on the... Well, I think that was the last game? Was it the last game that he played? On that map, the... Don't Drink the Water against... Who was it against? I think it was Raider. Or was it DFS? I know it was that group. Raider, DFS, and Plague. Anyways, let's get into this set. And I think I'm gonna change someone's color. We can do penguins and Amber Blossom looks pretty good. Let's do that. Sorry, Elio. So, game 1, Advanced Noob and Elio. I don't remember who they had beaten, but I know Elio beat Darth Noob, which is a big feat. Advanced Noob had beaten Man, I can't remember right now. I would have to look at the bracket. I think I can. Let me check. I think I can check. So Elio had beaten Michael. He beat Darth Noob, and then Advanced Noob had beaten the Night Shadow and Moji. Okay. So, two very strong players. You can say that about any of the round 3 players. And we have an interesting matchup too. Advanced Noob with Hawk. And we have Elio with Von Bolt. So Von Bolt against Hawk. Hawk tends to struggle that he has to face against Sasha. And it's kind of a pain because then he doesn't get to use his powers. I mean, he does, but it's kind of tricky. He kind of have to wait a little bit longer. But here he's not hindered with that, right? And he will get that power or super before Von Bolt gets his super, unless Von Bolt is just straight up losing. So it's an interesting case where they both get to use their powers. There's no Sasha involved. The defense from Von Bolt is also pretty noticeable. Hawk still has that extra attack, so it's not that bad. But they're very different, right? You got one player that has 110, and then the other player has 110 attack. It's interesting how every CO in tier 1 has different stats. And we have a mech opening by Elio. It's just pretty funny. But I wonder what's the play here. Like, if you're Von Bolt, you're the more aggressive. Do you probably want to keep these two neutral because you probably can with infantry fights and tanks. You can use this good terrain to keep it neutral. But I wonder if you want to focus more onto the threat of the 1 base, or you want to go for a middle fight. I think perhaps Von Bolt would do better focusing more on the attack on the base, right? Because if you attack in the middle, you're kind of like same army against same army, and then Hawk can slam you with a Black Storm, and he can just destroy you before your little lightning does anything. And in a base kill scenario, the lightning can be pretty devastating, right? If they have 2 medium tanks and a tank, then it most likely will land there, and then you can take them out. We're gonna get some infantry fighting over here. Gonna stop that cap. But very positional so far. Okay, since the tank to attack there has the mech backup against this tank. A bit of a stare off over here, but way less aggressive opening here than we've seen on other sets. And no response here. No, the tank didn't go and attack onto this tank, but now he's gonna get a guaranteed KO there. That's the thing with Von Bolt here. He can get that guaranteed KO. He's gonna sit there. And yeah, so an oversight there by Advanced Noob. A free kill, essentially, because there was no counterattack. The anti can't even attack there. I guess the tank can attack, but you have the mech. So a nice formation here by Elio. That's pretty good. And we already have the RD action as well. So he's putting a threat onto the city. Next turn, it's going to be protecting over here, and he can be threatening way more. But he's going to be looking to go for this property, it looks like. No RDs for advancement just yet. Let's see if he makes one this turn. He does, okay. Because yeah, it's hard to attack onto here. Hawk is going to have a little bit harder time because of that extra defense. He can't like 2 KO this. You need a copter perhaps to hit from the mountain and 2 tanks. But he's going for this cap. Mega's going to get a capture. And Advanced Noob did go for the interrupt. And now it's a dead infantry. So he's going to start to slowly bleed unit count on the 1 base. Advanced Noob is going to have to make maybe a medium tank, but maybe not yet. Perhaps he can make an enter? Nah, there's only 1 copter. So I think he might be fine. And he can focus more over here. Elio, on the other hand, made his own already on the 1 base to lock down this 1 property. Okay. So, already protecting that cap. Slowly fighting. That charge is building really, really slowly. Copter's front shifting towards the middle, more towards this area. But Advanced Noob can deal with it with a copter. And it is the slow siege. Ooh, actually, okay. He's going in to attack there. Okay. Oh, I forget it's Von Bolt against Hawk. And makes a Neo tank. Okay, I think this is a guaranteed kill. The Ardian tank onto the city tank. I've learned without a com tower, it is not guaranteed by Hawk, which is pretty sad. But with the com tower, it should be. And does he go and stop any of these captures? Doesn't look like it. He's not. Okay, so Elio's gonna be up 2 properties, and he's gonna do whatever it takes to hold this property advantage. Dang. So is it gonna be good for Elio? Maybe it's gonna be 22 to 19k. That's not bad against Hawk. And now he can slowly put some pressure over here. He's positioning. He has the Arty locking down that city. He has the mech. This mech, the opening mech, still there. And ooh, yeah, perhaps this shot here. I don't know how you could stop it because the Arty did want to get that shot onto that city, and then you can't really put anything here without it dying. So that is really strong. Now there's no answer to this Neo tank, and this game might be over. Wow, it is. Dang, that was a really quick match. Wow, congrats to Elio there. Yeah, those tactics were pretty clutch. Advanced Noob perhaps slipped up there a little bit. The tank initially lost there for free, and then these breakthroughs as well. Really, really well done by Elio, and using that defense from Von Bolt to not let Hawk break through, right? Getting a good attack, preventing a good counter, solidifying this advantage of the income, and even this makes this Neo tank be nice and happy and healthy. And I don't think it's over. Like, I think Advanced Noob could probably keep playing on, but I don't know, perhaps he was like, nah, it's okay, I'll just play the next game. Doggy dog, are you Advanced Noob? Okay, yeah, you are Advanced Noob. Okay, doggy dog. Oh, you forgot you weren't Von Bolt essentially, and that's why you lost that tank. Yeah, checks out. Okay, so 1-0. Let's go on to the next game, which is going to be on Swiss banking. Man, lots of Swiss banking on today's stream. Okay, we had changed the colors. Oof. This might be the last game of today, guys. If Elio gets the win, that will be 2-0, meaning that Elio gets into the main event, a new player, and Advanced Noob does not. And this would be the last game of the qualifiers. On the other hand, Advanced Noob needs to win this to stay in it, and then we would go to a game 3. Just as a reminder, Advanced Noob was on APC1, but he got eliminated in the qualifiers. which was a way smaller qualifiers. There was just 12 players and 8 of them would qualify. So just 4 would get eliminated. Here we had 56 in the qualifiers and 7 qualifying, with the 8th being Starflash. So we have Elio again in Amber Blossom, trying to keep those colors consistent, with Jess and Advanced Noob in the Penguins with Jess as well. So we have a Jess mirror. I think we saw another Jess mirror today. Oh yeah, you had Torjin and Starflash. That is true. And they were actually the 2 finalists. The 2 that you had on your set, the 2 of them got to the final. So that also says something. So first tank from the Advanced Noob over here on the 1 base. What? And a recon? Oh, I guess the tank answers this tank from Elio, but a recon here from Elio. That is, we have not seen that yet. And he can do that because next turn he's gonna have enough to do a tank and infantry, but this recon might mess up his funds later on, where he could make 2 tanks instead of just 1. So we'll see if this recon can pay off. I think if it runs over to this side, it can go 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. No. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can stop this capture. We'll see what it will do. If it goes towards like the middle or what. Okay, it goes towards the middle. I can still reach this guy. And makes a tank, obviously, because... Oh, actually this tank doesn't reach. Never mind. Can the recon shoot at this guy? Perhaps? So this tank... Well, the tank can go and like sit over here. It can do whatever it wants, but it actually goes and hits that guy. Wait. Oh, it's because he has the comm tower. Dang, Elio forgot about that. That is a good trade, I think. It is on a road. Let's see if perhaps with a comm tower, this will be an even trade. And it also allows this recon to shoot at this guy and probably take it out. Yeah, there you go. Boom. And okay, it is going to be a bit of an even trade, although I think Advanced Noob is going to get the kill there, so he's going to be up about half a tank. But he did lose that infantry. Well, to see how this pans out. Tank. Keeping it away from this guy. He's kind of sandwiched between these 2 tanks. Ooh, I wonder if Elio here could have stopped this cap and interrupt this and then start the capture. Because he would still get the capture, but he would stop Advanced Noob from getting this one, which is a pretty... well, I guess not greedy because it was capped here and then it went over here. But if you stop this, then the Penguins are never going to get it later on. But he doesn't. He decides to get the property instead. And he's going to keep using that recon. Ooh, that's a pretty nice find, not going to lie. Breakthrough there to then put the infantry. And now the tank can shoot at, you know, the recon or infantry. There's no tank chain. So whatever it shoots at, it's going to get first struck by the tank. Dang, nice find. Perhaps you have to loop around this tank. We have more tanks coming. Okay, he's going to go for the recon kill. Oh, and I guess you can block it off. Okay. So you're not going to get the kill there because that's a Jess infantry. 100 firepower is 0% chance of 2KOing on 3-star defense. Ooh, also getting that little annoying interrupt over there. Wow, and actually pulls back here. Okay, he decides to conserve this infantry, even though it would have lived against these 2 guys. Now I have the city in the thread, which can be a problem. He's also gonna be pretty happy that he gets this, I think, because Elio is not gonna get that property. Okay. Infantry and tanks. That's all we have. We had a recon, but it is gone. And now we only have infantry and tanks. I think Would you go for this? Would you go for the capture over here? We have so many tanks coming out from this one base. Okay, looks like he's not gonna do that. Putting a lot of tanks in front of these tanks. You could hit from the forest right here. Advanced Noob didn't build anything, but you do have these guys on safe terrain. And there's only 2 tanks that Ilio can use to attack. So it might be a deterrent enough. And we finally see a non-tank or infantry build. We see a copter from Advanced Noob. This will force Ilio to make an anti-air eventually. Not right now, probably. And ooh, okay, so the threat on the HQ from Ilio is becoming very real. And he wants to perhaps deny Advanced Noob from doing the same thing. I think Ilio is just going all in HQ race right now. That is gonna get taken out. It is very close to the copter and base area. Okay, he built the anti because he went in over here. If he would have stayed back, he didn't have to build it. He makes a medium tank. Advanced Noob knows he's kind of scared of that, of this pressure. And he's gonna take out that infantry, which could have stood on the HQ. Turbocharged by Ilio. What do you do? Do you hit the tanks? I'm so confused. He's really going all out to deny any HQ race attempt from Advanced Noob. And he is gonna try to take this out. Okay, that is out. The Blackboard is gonna get taken out. Bonk. And now the infantry can probably be put somewhere safe. That is not safe, and it's not in range of the HQ. No, Ilio. I guess he's using them as blockers, but isn't this gonna get shredded? Right? You have a power ready. You don't even have to use it, I think. You can just destroy everything over here overextended. Gets the charge for the overdrive after this, and it allows the mutant tank to come out and take out 1 tank. He can KO that. He can take out the injured tank, take out another tank, injure that infantry, and now where's that HQ cap attempt? Where is it? Point it to me, because I do not see it. It is long, long gone. Ilio is done. Yeah. Wow. I think he just committed too soon onto the HQ cap. He might have felt the pressure too much, or like they were a little bit too positional around the map, didn't know what to do, and then thought, okay, maybe I can go for the HQ, but it's not that easy. I think you have to be a little bit more careful and meticulous. It's not that easy to go for that HQ cap. There's a lot of income, so you can make medium tanks and deter stuff from happening over here. And it's kind of a long reinforcement. And if you snipe infantry, then that HQ cap potential is gone. Oh, we have both players here in chat. No spoilers. Donating some content. Nice. You don't think recons are good here? It didn't seem like it. It's definitely the first time that I see it. But well, we'll have to see. I also think like from the one base it's kind of tricky. It is kind of where you want to do it, so it has a quicker access to interrupting caps. And perhaps also just like sacrificing it to take out an infantry might be worth it if that stops like guaranteed a cap or a chain of caps, right? Because there's so many, there's so few infantry. Let me update the score. That puts us at 1-1, guys. And we are going to a game 2. Oh, you got unlucky on the first tank. The one on the city in the road. Damn. This is gonna be the last game of today, guys. And the last game of the qualifiers. Let that sink in. This is gonna be the end of the qualifiers. After this, we will know who makes it into the main event out of these two. It's either a new player that hasn't been on APC before, or it's gonna be the redemption arc for Advanced Noob, just like it happened for Plague earlier today. But this is gonna be the last game of the qualifiers, and the next time that I will see you all will be on the quarterfinals of the main event. When do we get our intros? I'll probably do a video on it. Yeah, I'll just do a recorded video and post it before the main event. That's the plan, at least. You're more hyped about intro videos than the actual main event? Shut up. The main event is hype. Okay. Oof, my microphone is gonna kill me. Oof. Okay, let's do this. I'm out of water. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get some water and I'll be back. It's nice seeing new names in the chat, names that I haven't seen before. Welcome everyone. 69 viewers, nice. SGB, Blastuch, we have Andy Kuma as well. Lawrence B, let's go. Okay. Let's get into this last match, guys. Everything is at stake here. So, game 3, Ilio and Advanced Noob. Ilio and Amber Blossom. Advanced Noob with the penguins. He really likes those penguins. Reminds me of Raider of the Caravan as well. And they're both going with Sammy, so we have a Sammy mirror on our hands. Very classic to see here. The name of the map is Misery. No mechs yet. Tank perhaps build this turn. Okay, going for that. We do have a tank here. So this is we've seen this on like half the matches. So let's see a tank here, goes here, mech built from the space. It's gonna be very, very interesting in the main event, guys, with the new names. It's hard to really grasp how different it is. Like, I remember last year when it happened, you have all these players with names and you don't know who is who. It is pretty crazy. Because when you see the names, you're like, oh, it's Poland and, I don't know, Talos. It's like, oh, okay, Talos is going to be making arties. And then you see an arty, it's like, oh yeah, of course, you know, it's very Talos-like. Or Plague makes a mech. You feel like you can predict what's going to happen. But with a new name, it feels like you're watching new players play. And they're like the best, right? They're the top 8 at live standard. So it's very cool. Honestly, it's very exciting. Advanced Noob is going to stop this capture. We've seen this time and time again, where a city will be stopped over here just to guarantee the kill here and the cap stop. There's going to be this blocking over here, which we've seen before as well. There has to be another mech build over here as well. Ken doesn't even capture the city. He doesn't want to allow Elio the same thing, the double hit there. Damn, I can't believe this is the last game of the qualifiers. That's crazy. It's been a long qualifiers, not gonna lie. Okay, Toxic City number 1 is gonna go for Advanced Noob, it seems like, without any contest. We have a copter now from Advanced Noob. No arty though yet. I think he can. He has the funds to make an arty and an infantry this turn, and he doesn't have to make another mech, honestly. He has 2 mechs. Yeah, we're gonna see an arty for sure. That is kind of the combo that you want over here. Arty, copter, arties, they're gonna deal with anything that comes out of this base. But as I've said many times before, it's not that easy. There's so many people, man, there's so many people that they see a dynamic like this and it's like, oh, easy base kill. Like the map is just gonna, you know, day 10 base kill, right? It's very straightforward. And it's like, you clearly have not played that map. base kills, they are never that organized. It is never like that unless you just handshake it. But you're always gonna try to defend yours, and yeah, you're trying to put the least amount of effort to try to take out theirs while trying to defend yours. So the funds aspect is very complicated. Medium tanks are hard to deal with. Bases are very durable, like overall. This tank is kind of trapped between multiple mechs. Has to probably pull back. Unless you bring it over here. No, there's an arty in a mech. I'm not sure what this tank wants to do. I don't think Advanced knew either. He waited until the very end to move it back. But now I have more copters. More copters coming in. The least amount of effort defending over here. But there is an arty copter now. So Advanced Noob has to start making anti-air here. At least one. You always need to have at least one. But it's tricky to find the right time to do so. Gonna take out one of the infantry from Advanced Noob. Make it a little bit more awkward for this arty, but I can still get a nice shot. I wonder if he's gonna pull up that arty on the city and then can have the double threat on the arty. Yeah, he is. Okay. So do you shoot at the mech or do you shoot at the arty? That's kind of the question. And I think you shoot at the arty because the mech now is blocked off from attacking the arty. Even then it's on a city, so it will, if you leave it at 5, it'll heal up to 7, then you shoot back at the arty, leave it at 5. So it's kind of an even trade, and I think actually the one on the city will be winning. There goes that anti-air build. He has to protect it with its life, or I guess just go and shoot at the tank to deal some damage to it. An idea would have been to put the tank here on the city instead, so then the tank can only shoot from one tile to the anti-air. But instead he went for this, which I guess is protected by the mech, so if the copter goes in, does anything, that will be a dead tank. And as long as there's no tanks, then the anti-air will be very relaxed to do whatever it wants to. Bonk. Oh, only 4 damage. Okay. Yeah, the lack of com tower is sometimes hard to know what the damage value is going to be. So I think if you... I think you have to be careful here as Elio, because you could see copter and arty take out this arty. We have double arty from Elio now. He's really putting everything. And another arty over here. Wow, okay. Okay. The middle has been pretty even, although there's way more penguins infantry by Advanced Noob. Okay, will we see a dead arty? I think you can do copter. You can use both copters to shoot at the mech and the arty. Yeah, Advanced Noob is definitely winning the battle here. Okay, he uses the copter not to attack over here, but instead to attack over here. He wants to guarantee this flip. And this little thing of a tank was enough to kind of shoo this tank away. So it's going to be a little bit more awkward. He could make another mech here and defend from the arties locking down. But Ilya, if he wanted to, if he really wanted to, he could go copter and infantry. I'm not sure if he would take out a mech. I don't know. They're a little bit more durable, and this is Sammy we're talking about, so the damage values are all over the place. But it looks like we're gonna see some flipped properties right here. So Advanced Noob is gonna be ahead. Tank on lower defense terrain, getting first struck now. Okay, will that be enough? It's at 3 HP. The arty was not dealt with. And the copters are not gonna get taken out by the anti-airs. By the anti-air. We now have an arty locking down that base. Is there a way you could shoot this arty? Probably not. Maybe with a double time? You have to take out this guy with these penguins. Oh yeah, I think easily, right? Double time, you take out these two with these guys, and then you can get a nice shot or two. There's probably some good tactics here that Advanced Noob can do and hit both arties with these two mechs. We'll see what he does. Double time, here it is. Let's see. No more arty. The arty has been taken out. He's gonna take out the new arty. And he's gonna take that other arty as well. And Ilya resigns. Just like that. Wow. I mean, I understand this anti can take out a copter. It will get taken out by a tank. You can shoot at this guy, but you will probably still lose the base because you can't produce anything. And you lost all of your unit count. Perhaps shooting with that arty on that last turn was not the play because now he didn't have like another unit to produce, right? And over here, I think this would be pretty devastating. Let me kind of do this. I want to see how bad would this look like. Like this guy. Well, probably this guy easily goes and shoots at the arty, right? So you leave this guy down at 4. You guys want to see the damage? So you do that. And then this doesn't kill. But you maybe base block yourself. Like this. Take this out. And then you can, I don't know, whatever. Use this tank, I guess, to take this out. Mech gets a shot over here. And this one should shred it. Yeah. Down to 2. Anti can get a shot there. You probably take this tank out as well. Oof. Yeah, it's not looking good. You can even bully this a little bit more. Yeah, it's a pretty big wipe over here. And then next turn you can just pump out another anti if you want to. This gets dropped down to like 4. Like this. Yeah, that was pretty much GG. Yeah, that was a really quick match. I don't think we've seen a match end this quickly on this map yet. Day 10. Dang. Yeah, usually, I mean, it would be fair to keep playing on because it is the last match of the set, so it is the decider match. So maybe there's a chance where Advanced Noob can mess up. They weren't necessarily high up with the bank time, and this map is kind of crazy. But dang, Congrats to Advanced Noob. Another redemption arc achieved there. Got eliminated in APC1 qualifiers, but now he made it. He made his way through to the APC2 main event. And Elio, he had a rough road. He beat MWB in the first round. He beat Darth Noob of all names in round 2. But he was kicked out or eliminated by Advanced Noob in this final round. Dang. So, let me just do the honors and update the score. Bonk. So, let's take a look at the bracket, guys. What am I doing? Oh. Now I'm gonna have to do this later. I'm trying to edit a scene, but we will just do this instead. Oh, I got a new game? What's wrong with the game page? It keeps doing this to me. It always says I have a new notification and there's nothing new. It's very strange. Oh, you couldn't see. I'm sorry. I'm talking as if you guys can see my screen, and then I forget that you can't. So. Okay. So, what are our players for the main event? You're flying playing on increment Advanced Noob? Okay. Oh, okay. So it's not just me, Astro. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to let someone know. It's being kind of new. I don't know why it does that. No, no way. It does that every time someone moves a unit. That's really annoying. Okay, so let's look at the qualified players. So in bracket A, guys, from all 8 of these players, Deegis, Christian, Azrael, Summertime, Weltituna, Syndek, Nuplane, Silicon Squid, which the favorites would be Deegis, Weltituna, and then after that you would have Azrael, Nuplane, aka Flopa, Silicon Squid. The one that qualified is Azrael. He beat Sarmentine 2-1. He beat Deegis 2-0. He beat Weltituna 2-1. Congrats to Azrael. New player on APC and makes it into main event. Then on bracket B, from all these players, from Radar Caraman, Laska Liner, DeadFS, Frederick Rands, a lot of good players. DeadFS made it all the way. All 2-0. 2-0 Yuns, 2-0 Lionheart, 2-0 Hampelman. This guy, DeadFS is playing also insanely well. Azrael is also playing really, really well. I'll make a video later, but maybe I can give just some thoughts right now on what I think these players do. But I think Azrael is really good with openings. He studies maps very, very in depth. So he knows like how to open and then like a good mid game. The only weakness I think from Azrael is like the late game. If it gets into a very stally board, maybe he's changed. But from the last time that we've played, and this was like I don't know, a year or two ago, but he can kind of struggle a little bit, like he doesn't know what to do in a late game, very stally position. DFS is a beast of his own. Mind games you with builds. He does not auto build tank the first time that he has the funds to make one. He can surprise you with the most randomest of builds. So you have to watch out for that. And it's tricky because you won't know that it's DFS. You could be playing DFS or you maybe are not. So players on the main event have to really be careful. You cannot just be auto-clicking tank first vehicle. I mean, with the maps that we have also. So very cool. And 2-0ing his way through here, very strong. Then on this bracket, we have Chloe Box. In a bracket with Poland, Thomas Maximus, Villefort, Hunch, Herbivorous, a lot of good players. Chloe Box, another redemption arc. Yeah, because on APC1 she didn't make it. She got eliminated in the qualifiers, and now she is finally, she made it back. She had her redemption moment. Same bracket as Poland, which is funny because they also were in the same group in the last APC. Chloe Box, it's hard to say how she plays. Very aggressive for sure. She will isn't shy from taking up really early either. Chloe Box and Arya kind of go to the same school there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else to say about Chloe. It's just a big brawler, definitely. She likes to get brawls going. I don't think I've ever seen her get into a very stally or positional moment or accumulation of army. It's always been boom, 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 always getting initiative, attacking. And if I lose, I lose. It is what it is. But she has 2-0'd her way through here as well. So not a single loss there. And the fourth player in this bracket, with players like Bogaze, Sanjo Superior, Arya, Chest, Sirth, which was the top seed actually, is Sanjo the Superior, aka Master of Math. Also 2-0ing his way through here. What I would say about Sanjo Superior is that he very, very rarely skips any properties early on for captures. He will go for like quickest income, but really like optimizing the capture routes for economy and funding. And the only case where he will skip is like if he has to secure the airport really quickly, like on Misery. But besides that, he'll just go for income, build up that army and try to get you into the mid game. And like it's funny because usually a good counter to that is someone playing a bit more aggressive and just like stealing a property or whatever early on. But it's not always the case, because sometimes you will go too aggressive that you hurt yourself, and then Sonja will have like an extra tank than you do in the mid game, and he can just fight you. Like he can just start a fight wherever he wants to, and he will beat you there, and he will steal 2-3 properties from you. Doesn't do any weird builds, I think. Just very standard player. I would say pretty similar to how Darth Noob plays as well, but perhaps more of that standard play, like Joka's kind of school play. Then we have in this bracket we have Talos. Oh, Sanjo Superior was not on APC1 too, so that was a new player. Talos was on APC1. He was in the main event, and he made it again in APC2. I don't think there was any other really big name on this bracket. You had Hudge, which was one of the top seeds, and then Suomi and Malleus, but he 2-0'd. Oh, actually, no, he 2-1 with Suomi. That game lost on Lucifer where he went with Sammy against Olaf that we saw today. So Talos actually got one loss there. Talos very positional. He loves his RDs. And you really cannot expect him to miss a tactic. Like, this guy tactically is crazy. He will block, he will get the attacks that he can. Very Voice of Akasha-ish. And is very patient. He doesn't go for anything crazy. Like, if he needs to wait a turn, he will wait a turn. He will pull back, and sometimes, if possible, lure you into an attack and then beat you. In this bracket, we have Days of Plague qualified from players like Tordred, which he beat in the last round. Sprite Mare. There was Walker also, you know, one of the devs. Cannon Fodder. Teth is also pretty high up. Plague getting that redemption, another redemption player. Lots of mechs, weird builds, just weird strategy in general. He will let you have a base for some reason, and most of the time he will still win. So if we don't understand why a player is doing something in the main event, I would be putting Plague name on that. And if you see a mech out of, you know, random, like not on like Misery or Lucifer, but I don't know, just like a random day 4 mech on some other map, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that mech is not going to do anything until like 6 turns from now. Plague. And then we have the last qualified is Advanced Noob with Darth Noob in this group. Elio, Moji, MWB, those are like the top ones over here, I think. Really impressive from Advanced Noob, honestly. He 2-0'd, he 2-0'd Muji over here, and then he 2-1'd Elio. Yeah, last time on APC1 he was in the group against Starflash and Tordred, the 2 finalists actually, and he got eliminated. So now he's able to get into the main event. So we have Azaro, DeadFS, Chloe Box, Sanjo Superior, Talos, Days of Plague, Advanced Noob, and Starflash. It is a very exciting list for sure. Who would be my favorite to the favorite in the main event? Oh man, I don't know. Like who I think would win? Possibly Starflash again. But I don't know if maybe not playing in the qualifiers might hurt him. Not having that practice. He will see all the games, right? And he will be practicing on his own. But I think you kind of get a bit of a grasp from playing these games also of how the maps feel like. But very exciting to see. There's 1, 2, wow. Just 2 players that were on the main event of APC1 are again on APC2. I mean, if you don't count Starflash, right? Because he auto-qualified. That's 3. 3 players from the APC1 main event are in the main event of APC2. That means there's 5 new people in this main event, of which 1, 2, and 3. 3 of them were in the qualifiers of APC1, so they didn't make it. And then we have 2 brand new players, Sanjay Superior and Azarel, in the main event. Really, really exciting. Who do you guys think is gonna win it all out of these 8 players? Should the Penguin versus Purple Lightning tournament? If it's not Starflash, I think DeadFS, or honestly Talos also. Talos is playing so good. I don't know if you guys watched the Chimps and Champs Cup, but he was insanely good there. He beat Starflash in the final. So hard to say, really. It's really hard to say. You're rooting for Talos. You wonder who Elio and Villefort are. They seem new. Elio's not new. Elio has been around for a while. I've seen him a lot in tournaments, Global League. Villefort seems kind of new. His name has kind of only shown up. But he's really high up on the live league ladder. You think DFS, Andy Kuma? DFS is also a really strong contender too. It's crazy to see some of these players having 0 losses too. That's pretty wild. And it's crazy to see Poland, Digis, Darth Noob, Radar Caraman all out, and Tordred. Man, so many of APC1's players have been taken out. Wild. I also thought that Surth would also make it to the main event, but I got 2-0'd by Arya. Yeah, Sanjay Superior is also pretty scary. I think he is definitely of the more positional players. You could say the same thing about Talos. I guess Talos and Sanjay Superior are a bit similar in that sense. And then, yeah, those are probably the 2 most positional ones, the more patient ones. You can have Koi Box brawling everywhere. Plague is like, you know, a toss-up. You have no idea what he's gonna do. And then Advanced Noob and Koi Box are the 2 brawlers. And then Azarel, I don't really know. I think he's gonna come up with really, really like sharp openings. Yeah. But yeah, very excited. We have here the bracket for the main event. Save these dates, guys. November 8, 9, the quarterfinals is going to be in 2 weekends from now. Then the semifinals and the finals on the following weekend. I got to put the names here, which I can tell you guys what the names are. We could actually pull them up on... If you go here, these are the 8 names. I know the players that are in the APC2 server or APC server already know, but for the viewers, these are going to be the names that they will be using. We have Black Knight, Colonel Shrapnel, Desperate Frankie, Hong Jun Sifu, Systematic Joe, The Big Fella, Thunderbolt, and Valkoinen Kuolema. These are all, just like last year, they're all like generals and soldiers and lieutenants from 20th century. I actually had like a list. Let me see, kind of to see what they were all. So I can give you a brief description of what these names are. Okay, so Black Knight was a German Army Field Marshal, World War II. Okay. Colonel Shrapnel, British World War II General and CIGS. Not sure what that means. Desperate Frankie. Okay, nice. Desperate Frankie is a French general from World War I. That one's old. World War I. World War I. We don't have that many from that one. Hong Jun Sifu is a Chinese general. Pioneer of the Chinese Communist Party. It means father of the Red Army. Okay. Systematic Joe is a British general in the Mesopotamia during World War I. Okay, there you go, another one. Careful planned campaign advancing up the Tigris River. Okay. That's why it's called systematic, because he was very. This is gonna be like Systematic Joe is like very positional. Maybe like Sonja Superior, Talos, you know. Desperate Frankie could be like one of the brawlers. Same with Carl and Shrapnel. The big fella, I know it's an Irish general, early 20th century Irish independence, I guess. Got kind of cut off there. Thunderbolt is a Greek army general and politician. Okay. And Valkoinen Kuolema is Finnish for White Death. It was a Finnish sniper in the Winter War. I think it was a war between Finland and Russia at a certain point. After the Second World War, I don't know, Cold War era. That's kind of cool. A sniper. Thunderbolt could be Starflash. Makes a lot of sense, right? Right? Fast player. Yeah, what do you guys think? Last seen October 5. Kind of revealing when I made these. Systematic Joe needs to go to Days of Plague. Do you think Plague is more systematic and precise than Talos, perhaps? I mean, I'm just kidding, but these names are not going to be given like that, like with a criteria. It's going to be random. The names are going to be randomized, and they're going to be given to the players. But yeah, it'll be funny to see if they actually line up with certain personalities, and hopefully we can get some guesses in. There is going to be a form, which I'll post later, for guessing the identities. There's going to be a $25 prize to the top guesser out there, and then also to the players an additional $25 prize for the top player guesser. It's like a separate one. So the community can, go for the first 25, and then the players will participate for the other 25. Because it's not fair, right? If the players also participate with the people, like they already know one of them, right? So I don't know. Also, to get the players' guesses is kind of funny. To see who they thought they were playing against, as we saw last year. And I could show you all the picks and bans, but I think it could be kind of boring right now. I think I'm just going to do a video later and just go like boom, 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 put all the picks and bans for each player, for each of these 7 players, and people can take notes and try to guess. It'll be interesting for the players themselves as they see the picks from their opponent, and maybe as they advance, onto the semifinal, onto the final, they will have seen what were the picks of their new opponent from the last round and try to guess who they are and try to predict also like what they're picking, right? That's the whole point. If you know who they are and they've always been consistent with their picks, then you might know what they're going to pick. CO pick wise as well. You can kind of prepare something special. Wasn't there someone who said all their opponents was Poland in APC1? I don't remember that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think that people were saying that a lot, that everyone was Poland. I think what's crazy is Starflash and Poland played in the first round of APC1. So it is random seeded. Like it's not, there is no criteria. It's random. So you could have in the very first round, in the very first match, Starflash and I don't know, DFS or Talos. The 2 finalists of Chimps and Champs. So every game, you have no idea who it can be, and it can be the very best set of the tournament. So it's kind of exciting. DFS and Talos round 1 would be hilarious. That is the duo, the biggest rivalry. Although, from what I heard from Talos, is that DFS is smashing the win to loss ratio there. Like I think he's won like 8 times and Talos won 2 times, something like that. So I think Talos is kind of scared of DFS. But they won't know. They won't know who it is. So I guess in a sense they can be relieved of that pressure. Anyways, let me see if there's anything else that I can show you guys, but I think that's kind of it. The only thing missing now is to coordinate with the players. So the staff will be doing that, scheduling them. I think ideally right now, tentatively, I want to start the very first set of each of the days. Let me put the bracket back on. So I kind of want to start like all of these first sets as early as possible. Which I'll put the time later. It would be like, I mean, there's daylight savings coming up, so it'd be it's like 8 a.m. Eastern time, like for the East Coast of the US. I think it would be, is it 1 p.m. GMT? Let me see. Yeah, so I think it would be 1 p.m. GMT. So do with that what you need. Just to start as early as possible, because these are going to be some long sets. So that's the tentative time for now. I will post the official time start soon, but for now, keep that in mind. Players should reveal their names if they lose the tournament. Nah. People don't understand, but if you do that, then you know who's playing next, right? If you reveal the 4 losers of the quarterfinals, you only have 4 left in the semis, and it's like, okay, you're playing, and it's like, okay, there's only 3 possibilities of players, and then in the grand finals, you know who is playing. So I think that's the whole point. Like you just have to wait until the very end, until we have the winner, and then we reveal all the identities. I was thinking perhaps there could be a way. I'll talk about this with the team later, but of having like another block here or something where like for the reveal it could be like a click or something, and then boom, 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 it kind of fills out, because this will say like you know, the big fella against Thunderbolt, and then if there could be like something else here that with a click it could just go and fill out, so it's easier to see like after we know the results, after we know the identities, who was playing against who. Like we gotta go. Yeah, exactly, Lawrence B. That's what we did last time, and we'll do that again. We'll start revealing from the quarterfinal losers, and then the semifinal losers, and then you're left with the finalist loser and the grand final and the champion, and then we'll do an interview with the champion, and then we'll call it a day, close out the tournament. Damn, I can't believe we're done with the qualifiers. It's been quite a bit of streaming. Maybe someone can count how many games we covered on this channel, but it was certainly a lot. How many streams was it? Let's see. So counting this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 streams. Okay, I thought it was gonna be more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 streams. Okay. Still quite a bit of hours. It's like more than 20 hours worth of streaming. That's a lot. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it, guys. I can't think of anything else to show you. I hope you had a great time. We honestly had insane matches today. Remember the Tortured and Plague set was wild. I think the Sancha Superior one and Arya was also wild. What was the other one? There was one that was just like bonkers. Well, the Tarjan Plague was just absolutely bonkers. And I think this one too, the Arya and Sandra was pretty wild too. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you have a great rest of this weekend. I did not cover every game, Randall Lewis. I covered as many as I could. There's still way more, and you can find them on the Mole site or just on the Add-Ons website. You can just type in the initials APC2 QR1, 2, or 3. But yeah, I will see you again in 2 weekends for the first quarterfinals. We will have a co-caster on every set, so that's going to be a lot of fun. It will help me also talk during the games, because when they're played live, they kind of extend longer than when I'm playing through the replay like this, because I can kind of go quicker. So it's really nice to have a co-caster, and we can comment with each other and talk, and we can have an interaction with the chat more than I do when I do normal replays. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And we're not going to know who's going to be playing who. I hope the players don't spoil anything. Don't be telling anyone what your identity is. Don't chat on stream when a game is being played. Even if you're not playing, like, don't chat on stream. Just to like not give it away or not do any kind of spoilers. But yeah, no games on Halloween. No stream for Halloween. We will see if we do one for New Year's for Christmas, but I don't think so. I kind of feel like after APC2 I won't be streaming again this year because I'm gonna be so tired. There's gonna be still lots of content lined up after APC2, like 1 video a week, and they're all gonna be really good. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna call it right here. Thank you guys. I hope you had a great time. I will see you in 2 weekends from now. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.